Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no...
What started as thousands of players is now down to 16 teams. Soon, those 16 teams will be whittled down to our top 8, all with the goal of eventually making it to the World Championship. Who has what it takes? Well, we're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is our Call of Duty Mobile Open Finals, but this time it's for the EU region, which means today we will determine who will be competing in our challenge season, and it's going to be very exciting. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and I'm joined back by our wonderful casters, Bobby and Mommy. Are you guys ready for another region of amazing COD M gameplay?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people have been excited for EU for a while. This has always been one of the most chaotic regions in Call of Duty Mobile, and you just never really know what to expect. But no question, they are always entertaining, and I am expecting that to 100% be the case once again today.
And Mommy, what about you?
Feels great. It feels great to be back. I mean, we already started with NA, and now we're going into EU, where we're having twice the action because, yes, we have 2 days this time compared to the just 1 day last week for NA. So I'm pretty excited because I feel like this is a really special region in my heart because there's so many talented players here that really just want to make a name for themselves this time around.
Which means that if today is day 1 of 2 days, you guys have more than enough time in chat to make sure you are following us on social media, because it's not just today, it's not just tomorrow. We're going to end up with an entire summer's worth of Call of Duty Mobile action, and you don't want to miss any of it. So make sure you guys are following us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere you can get on our socials to stay up to date with all of the Snapdragon Pro Series action. And of course, if you want to hang out with our community, don't forget we have that brand new Discord. It's at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Come hang out with us in the community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, make some new friends. It's a really cool place to be, so make sure that you guys are checking it out. But let's talk about how today is going to work. Now, if you guys were here for the NA show, then you got a little bit of a preview when it comes to that. But let's review it again for them, Bobby, okay? Just in case they're new here for the first time, it's a new region, they might have missed it. Let's talk about how today's gonna work.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making, no question, but obviously all of our teams battled it out in stage 1. There was there was a lot of chaos there. Stage 2, where they went at it as well. Is my mic working? Yep. Okay. All right. I was getting some other comments from other casters. Anyways, a lot happening. I'm gonna pass it back to you, Blair. I'm a little yeah. Format bracket coming up. Stage 1. Chaos. Obviously, stage 3 is where we're at right now, and yeah, it's been 128 teams that whittled down all the way to 16. And those 16 are going to be battling it out today as we get ready to head into stage 4, which is where the prize money starts to get even bigger.
All right, we'll get that format graphic up here for you guys in just in a second so you can get a visual to go along with what Bobby's talking about. And here are all the stages that Bobby was just referencing as far as the format goes. Like we are currently in the open finals. Like I said, when we opened up the show, we're going to be whittling everyone down from this open final stage, top 16, into the top 8 for challenge, where we're going to be doing that 8-team round robin format into the 4-team double elimination bracket. And that's what we keep talking about, because then, Mommy, it moves into the world championship. That's what a lot of these teams are going to be striving for. That's where everybody wants to be at the end of all of this, because that's where the glory is, the massive prize pool. And speaking of prize pool, we even have a prize pool for the open final stage that our players get to be playing for on top of everything else that they've got on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time that we get to see a prize pool here in stage 3, so you're not going to be going home empty-handed. You can see over here, first all the way into 4th is $500, and even if you don't end up into that spot, you still have 150, but obviously you want to be into that top 4 spot. And honestly, for me, yes, the money's good, but also the experience that you have, because this is the most extensive stage 3 that we've ever had, with so much more matches compared to the past years here at Glitter.
Yeah, and that's going to make a huge difference as they continue to progress through each stage of the competition, because it's only going to get more and more difficult in every single stage. But when we're looking at today, like I said, we've got our top 16. So let's start talking about that, Bobby, because our bracket today, obviously it's 2 days long, so we get to watch the entirety of both the upper bracket and the lower bracket. So let's walk through some of the names that we're going to be seeing in the matches.
Yeah, one of the beautiful things about EU is they've always had some of the most talent in COD Mobile. It's just been a question of whether or not that talent has found the right place where they really fit into a roster that's able to excel in the space that they're in. I think the one that has absolutely done that so far, and what a lot of people would consider the super team of EU, is Kings. No question, they are the favorites coming into this. But outside that, it is very much a toss-up for who the number 2 team is. There's a lot of talent. You look at 117, you look at Animus, you look at Exclusive, Zidium, 31, Panic, like even teams in the lower bracket like Team Mobility. Everybody is really putting up their talent and has a chance at making it into one of those top spots. So across the board, this is no question going to be one of the most entertaining regions.
I am excited that we get to watch each individual match as well, so we'll be able to keep up on all of the action. And as this bracket progresses, chat, we'll make sure to be updating you on every single result. If you come in late to the stream and you miss something, don't worry. We'll be bringing the bracket up a lot so you can see how every single team is progressing and what those score lines were, because it's going to be a massively competitive day, and I'm excited for it. Let's see how the day is going to run, though. Schedule-wise, for day number 1 of the competition, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket matches here today, Mommy.
Ooh, upper brackets. This is a really spicy region because, like what Bobby already said, is everyone's looking at the top EU team right now, which is going to be the Kings. But again, there's still so much more potential in every single one of these teams. I'm looking at 117 right now because they weren't able to make it last year, unfortunately, and now it looks like they're making a really strong comeback, knowing very well that the last tournament that they played, they just came off second up against Kings, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to fare up against Animus.
It's going to be a really, really cool way to start off the day. And we'll be getting into those matches in just a little bit here while we let our players get set up. We have to remember that this is coming off the tail end of NA, and we had some really good gameplay there as well. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw in that region before and what we can expect out of EU, because I think we even have some highlights that we can run through here, Bobby.
Yeah, it's obviously in North America, we had a lot of action to keep track of. You have a very top-heavy North American region where I think everything was fairly expected, and I don't think it's going to be that straightforward here in EU. Like I mentioned before, even some of these teams in the lower bracket have a very real chance of not only making it up into stage 4, but potentially being one of the top teams overall. You got Team Mobility, formerly Team Enigma. They have finished top 4 in EU before, and across the board, there's just been so many consistent roster and talent shuffles in Europe that coming into this, there's no way of knowing who to expect on top besides that King roster. And I think I think every single one of these teams outside of Kings has a lot to prove coming into this tournament.
Mommy, what were some of the highlights from NA as we continue watching these in the background here that had jumped out for you?
There's so much more highlights that we expected here. I mean, it's really just seeing a lot of these teams try to kind of adjust to the maps that we have this year, because it's definitely a different kind of, play here, knowing very well that it's not going to repeat in a game mode. So nice seeing Meltdown. Honestly, for me, the individual plays were great, but for me, it's actually seeing these maps finally coming into play here on the big stage. But one thing that I was really looking forward to is how Luminosity really is going to be that one team that everyone was looking out for, especially knowing that the #1 team that we're looking at now is Kings. But honestly, it's kind of looking shaky, because I feel like after today, it's going to be a different story, especially after day number 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this region can do. And of course, I said it before, but as long as you guys are following on all of our social media, eventually this will lead to a global stage. All of these teams will matter. Their paths and how they got there will matter. So you want to make sure that you're following along with all of the regions to see what happens when they eventually make their way to that world championship. Because like Bobby had said, we did have a pretty top-heavy NA side of things. We saw lots of sweeps. Practically the entire bracket was sweeps, with all of those teams that we had expected to be really strong competitors and do well when it came down to the end of the day. So I think everybody was really happy with those results. And now looking towards EU, things might not be as cut and dry, but that just means that we are in for even more action, even closer games, which makes things that much more exciting, Bobby. And that's one of the things I think I'm looking forward to for today.
Yeah, and I think that's what all the viewers want at the end of the day. Like, you want to see as many Game 5s as you possibly can, especially with how much is on the line. Those spots in the largest scale Stage 4 that COD Mobile has ever seen. Just that much more reason for the teams at the top to really want to prove themselves and kind of set the pace heading into that, because it's a much, much longer Stage 4 as compared to the 2 days that people have been used to from past years. So very much looking forward to the new format. I know the teams are as well. At the end of the day, they've all wanted more opportunity to get on screen and prove their worth, and they're going to have a chance to do that here in EU as well, with a lot more coverage for Stage 3 too.
All right, well, we got 2 days, all right, for them to start getting that coverage, to be in the spotlight, show people what they are made of. So let's start talking about match #1. We saw it on the schedule. You talked about them when we saw them on the bracket. First match of the day is going to be 117 Not Bound versus Animus.
This is an amazing matchup, and honestly something that I think that will go the distance, because for Animus, you've seen these boys just absolutely wreck the place, always going on #1 or #2 here in EU. But coming in from 117 Not Found, I feel like this is a team that has been in the middle of the pack, but also wanting to get the glory, the former glory that they did have. And so after all, especially in their 2022 run, wasn't really the run that they wanted here. I feel like this is redemption time for them, and like what I said, round number 5, game number 5 is definitely going to be possible between these two powerhouses of teams.
All right, well, let's talk about these teams on an individual level. Let's walk through some of their rosters here, Bobby, and see who they have on the team and who we're going to be looking out for.
Yeah, obviously, between the two, you got a lot of representation from past Stage 5s. You've got Karma and Saturns, formerly of Nova Esports. I think Karma is one player especially that a lot of people were sad did not end up making it into Stage 4 because of troubles for 117 last year. No question, this is one of the top talents in all of Europe, and I'm excited to see how this roster that they built around him performs. As you can see, there's some younger talent on here as well. I don't think we've seen as much out of Caesar and Says in past majors, so I'm excited to see what those guys are bringing to the table. But Caesar, no question, has been one of the most hyped talents in Europe over the past few months as well, so he's one player you definitely want to keep an eye out for.
And then, of course, on the flip side of that, we have the Animus roster that we get to talk about as well, Mommy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this team is definitely no stranger to fame because these are one of the top players when it comes to the EU region. You have such talented players here, and they actually came from Stamina from Stage 5 last year, most of them. You see Narcs being an amazing sniper, and honestly, I think one of the best snipers out there and really most improved. And you have the return of Shark, and a lot of people from EU just really wanted to see this comeback. So let's see how this, I feel like it wasn't really a retirement. It was more of like a break, a 1-year break. And I'm excited to see a lot of these players come back into the EU region. I honestly feel like here in EU, there's a lot of comebacks, and seeing these names again is just really exciting for me.
Well, you know what's exciting for me, because it's not going to be as easy this time around. I'm going to ask for predictions for our matches today, Mommy, and you will not be a caster curse. I have so much faith in you.
Oh, no.
Do you think it's going to be 117 or will it be Animus?
The last time that you asked me this, whoever I said was going to win it eventually got 0-3. So, you know what? I'm going to say that it's going to be an easy win for 117 not found, but it's going to, you know what? I'm not going to caster curse this. I think it's going to be game number 5. And also in the S&Ds, it's probably going to be overtime because 117 not found, I think, is a really good S&D team as well.
So
if you're the picks and bans come up, Bobby, is that going to affect your decision at all?
If you're predicting map 5 in all overtimes, does that actually mean it's going to be 3-0 and all the search and destroys are going to be blowouts? I think that's how that works, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping that the S&Ds work out, but what I'm saying right now is probably going to be happening the opposite way around, so fingers crossed.
All right. Well, looking at the maps, obviously, always fun to see those newer maps introduced back in the rotation. Obviously, Arsenal on map 1, it's always one of the more chaotic ones, and I think a great way to get the series started. Already throwing in the newer Search and Destroy map in Express as well. So, once again, get to see how much practice these teams have put in, because especially on those, I think the teams that have put in the larger amount of work are really going to be able to shine, especially with how many teams are unfamiliar with those. There haven't been nearly as many reps as opposed to the maps that have been in the competitive pool for the past couple of years. So we'll see what these guys have as we get ready to hop into map number 1 on Arsenal.
You love to see it. It's my favorite hardpoint map at the moment, and so far a lot of the teams don't really know how to play it quite yet, and hopefully we do get to see it from these top teams, Animus and 117 not found. And honestly, I feel like 117 not found is a little bit good when it comes to that hardpoint matchup, especially Karma being on their side, and especially knowing very well he knows how to spawn trap, especially on Summit. But here when it comes to Arsenal, let's see how he's gonna perform.
Well, Narcs up in the vents right now, trying to get things cleared out for Animus on the inside of the hard point. They are going to be able to get those final couple of kills. Shark, no question, another one of those top talents you're going to want to keep your eyes out for. Was not in the competition for 2022, but he is back with a vengeance right here as Animus trying to get back into things. But a strong start for 117 not found. Says tearing through the competition, does finally get shut down, but teammates there to reinforce, and this is as good of a start as you could look for 117. Lucky off to a hot start as well. 5 kills on the board, and very, very sluggishly slow out of Animus. Only 2 kills and below for 4 of the 5 players. Gathelia trying to do everything he can to create some leeway for them to make their way into the hard point, but no luck so far as Animus struggling here off the start.
And here we go. I mean, when it comes to the rotations, you get to see that 117 is actually going to be there pretty early on. They're winning a lot of their gunfights, and kind of like what we we preempted already in the start of the hardpoint, is that 117 Not Found is actually going to be a really good respawn team, and that's when I think Animus would probably turn things around in that S&D. But it looks to be like with 117, they're just winning a lot of these gunfights, the rotational gunfights as well, and knowing very well that Lucky's gonna be on a rampage as well as Karma. You don't want to have these players just do a lot of kills this early on into the match, because this can definitely snowball out of control.
It looks like Animus might already be licking their wounds and making the rotation. This is no question not only one of the longest rotations on this map, but in all of Call of Duty Mobile. Karma's going to be left with 20 seconds of free scrap time right there. Honestly, I don't hate the move. Typically, when you have like that amount of time left, I think teams can benefit a little bit more. But with how far this rotation is, no question, the right move for Animus. They're going to need to get a full 60 lockdown, but Lucky in the top side in a nasty spot to catch out a couple, finds one before getting traded out. Unfortunately for them, the break already through for 117. Narcs is spawning on the backside, so should be able to get the reinforcements through, but it is going to be Sparrow popped right here. They have got to get that cleared out if they want to have any type of chance at getting a big chunk of time here.
Good hole coming in from Narcs though, and they actually also have the more favorable spawn here in Garden, so that's going to be huge for them, and especially knowing very well they have to catch up when it comes to the points. 96 and 11 with 30 seconds on the clock to go in there for the contest. Saturn's going to be right there, and he has a Purifier in hand, but it's not going to be really good for him to bring it out in such an open hard point like this one. And we can finally see Animus having signs of life, having a really solid hold, and like what we mentioned, that rotation going to P3 is going to be massive because it's just so far away into P2, and the garden spawn is definitely going to be important for you. Says on the other hand tries to get that garden spawn, doesn't really quite get it, as they're finally getting a lot of the points down. They're soaking it in, and then P4 control is definitely going to be really hard as well because it's just so open here in batteries.
Tragic COD tying for Gothillia, not going to be able to spot out that first one, and 117 set up for the early rotation once again. Pretty solid spot right here. Narc's going to send out the Hunter Killer. Not quite able to get the kill, but the damage is done. Trying to get some tower positioning to see if they can clear off a couple of these players on the inside of the hard point. Once again, big time struggles for a couple of those newer players in Rasmo and Boot. Really struggling to get going. It's been the Gothillia and Narc show from the Stamina squad from last year, and they finally break on through, or at least get some contest time right here. But this is no question the most chaotic hard point on this map, especially with how close those bottom side spawns can be. You want to make sure that you get those locked down. It looks like 117 gonna have them for the time being, and Saturn's untouchable on the inside of the hard point, doing everything just with the Renetti in hand. Karma's there to clean one more up, and once again a huge hard point for 117.
117 knows very well that Animus is going to be spawning off in both sides of the hardpoint, and they're just holding that anchored spot really, really well. So you can see over here, Saturn's going to be going in for that early rotation into P5 already, but you can see that most of the Animus gang is going to be right there. Rasmo going to be in a really good spot here in 2F here in Lounge, spots a lot more players, but decides to reposition himself, so that's going to be good. That's a huge claw for the defense, and as he loses that, he's going to be one of the only people that actually is there for that defense. Boot in a really bad situation, and as we see 1171 found finally going in there for the break, and even though Animus goes in there for that early rotation, they're not able to sustain the defense.
Yeah, and they just get absolutely collapsed on from all sides possible. Spawn's not pushed out far enough, no map control, and it backfires on them quickly. Right now, if you're Animus, you're trying to close this gap. You need to get maximum value out of every single one of your operators. Narcs has a chance to do so, but he is the only player with an operator ready to go, and probably not going to be looking to invest it right here as the rest of this hard point time gone. Rotation starting to come through is not even enough time to get scrap time right there for Animus. Once again, just struggling. They've got that top window map control, but if you can't get anybody into the hard point, it's not going to do you a whole lot of good. Players coming through that air duct, but they are completely wiped. Every single gunfight lost, and once again, 117 locking in the hard point time here on P1.
Well, it just really looks like that 117 is a little bit more prepared when it comes to Arsenal, and like what you mentioned, top blue is going to be an important anchor point for you, but you have to be inside of the hard point looking into batteries because that's where everyone's spawning off to. And speaking of everyone spawning off to, a great smoke coming in from 117 not found, just blocking the sidelines, and that actually stops Boot in his tracks, and also going to be a really good time to soak in a lot of these points down. And this is just absolutely amazing performance coming in from 117 not found. 209 and 60 is going to be your scoreline with 12 seconds. The scrap points going into their favor. And you can see that Animus is actually going to be there for the rotation here in P2. They're going to be in a really good position, but Lucky's going to be there to stop that rotation, gets that spawn control as well. And I mean, that's still good for Animus to win that gunfight, to take down Lucky, actually.
And the teamwork just across the board looking so much better for 117. Animus, who I think a lot of people consider top two, at least top three in Europe coming into this, has just looked completely lost. They hit the early rotation right here. But once again, Shark trying to hold things down from a lower angle is not going to be a sustainable strategy for you to lock in a full 60. It looks like they're going to get Narcs pushing out spawns on the top side. And finally, some chunks of hard point time locked in, but they need 2, maybe 3 straight full 60s if they want to have any type of a shot in this one. Saturn's nice pre-fire, but the COD timing does not go his way. Shark gets the better end of that one, but the top side rotations coming through. Looks like not going to be enough to take down Animus, and 117 this time going to be the team that opts to rotate early. It looks like one player already pushed out in Shark for Animus, and right now he's got a chance to play spoiler if he can find some of these big kills.
Oh, that's going to be huge. I already kind of expected that 117 would actually just give away the hill and go in for the early rotation. And now Gothilla tries to win the gunfight, but unfortunately for Saze, actually goes down. Shark in there, also pretty much stacked when it comes to those score streaks, and operators as well. Gets the 1 kill, and that's going to be essential for the rest of his team to go in there for the defense. And it's going to be super close right now because it's going to be a heavily contested spot. Lucky, though, brings out the claw. That's going to be huge for the defense, like what we mentioned. And they just want to end it in this hill. They're going to bring out every single one of their operators down here.
Animus have the bottom side spawns, but they've got to get pushed up, and the gunfights are just stronger on every front for 117. Nice little pre-fire out of Saturn's to cut off that doorway entry point, and it looks like this may be the end of the line for Hardpoint. 121 to 250. I was expecting a good map, and to be honest, we didn't really get it there as 117 absolutely run away with it.
So this is the hardpoint map that Animus was supposed to have a little bit more of an advantage of, because you do not want to see 117 not found on Summit. And unfortunately for game number 4, we're having that, because we've seen plays already where Karma was actually spawn trapping, especially in that P3 area. And it just looks like they're just more solid when it comes to the hardpoints, the rotations. They know where to position themselves, especially those anchoring points. And it's such a really good time for them to get that momentum up, especially knowing very well that they're also using their score streaks and operators so well. And now for Animus, kind of surprising that it was going to be this scoreline. I thought it was going to be closer than expected, but here we go. I mean, Animus needs to step it up when it comes to that search and destroy, knowing very well, again, it's going to be a map that is new here in this rotation.
And once again, this is a newer map and typically is going to highlight the team that's put in more reps, no question. 117 looked like the better practice team on just about every single hard point. There maybe 2 hard points where Animus looked solid at best and got probably 40-45 seconds out of it, but across the board, the gunfights looked cleaner. It seemed like the communication was better, and the team pushes were stronger for 117, and that was as convincing a map 1 as I expect we are going to see here on the first night of EU action here in Stage 3. Like you said, Animus, you've got to step up heading into the search and destroy. We'll see what they can do. Obviously, Rasmo, one of the most feared snipers in the European region, they're going to need him to go big here as we get ready to hop into the express search and destroy.
The last time that we actually saw these teams together, it was not good for Animus as well, because they lost it in their game number 5. It was a 3-2, and I feel like it was a little bit more balanced when it comes to those wins. Animus won that takeoff 250 and 239. I mean, it was close, yes. And so that's why I was kind of expecting that Animus would give a little bit more of a fight, but it looks like they still need to take down notes when it comes to that Arsenal gameplay. And for some reason, surprisingly, 117 not found actually has more of an advantage in that S&D, but I feel like Animus would definitely shine a little bit more here, and let's see how much homework they did here for Express.
All right. Well, Karma had himself a nice little game. Map number 1. Europe really do love their Holgers. I feel like this is probably the most Holger gameplay we'll see in Stage 5 of the World Championship. Saturn is going to get hopped up early as they make the push over toward that A bomb site. Nobody awaiting them on the inside, but one player up in that top catwalk area. Looks like with the smoke should be able to get the bomb down, assuming they've got trophies in place. Now the retake is on for Animus. Already one player wiped off the board. It's Lucky taking down Gothillia. Trying to find himself another one right here. Rasmus got a crossbow out right now, but Shark gets absolutely obliterated by the sniper in the hands of Lucky. And right now, Rasmo has got to get to work, got to find some picks to open up this bomb site, but they get picked apart one by one, and now all down to boot. No real chance at any point in that round, and once again, the domination continues for 117.
Bomb spotted.
Glad to see that they went for that alpha push instead, both of these teams, and not going in for that more chaotic Bravo control. But let's take a look. Both of these teams seem like they're going to be doing the same bit. 5-man push from 117 is actually going to alpha. Going to be met with just 2 players. And now for Animus, they will have a little bit of that mid control, which is going to be really good positioning just in case the bomb does go down. Sam's going to be there. R9 in hand. That is a good gun to have in that particular part of the map in mid. And now as you see, Boot finally getting that first opening pick. Beautiful play of the smoke here coming in from 117.
It's going to be Narcs, make it Shark as well, picking up a couple right there. Bomb actually doesn't go down, and this is what Animus need to do. Find ways to adapt. Pretty predictable approach right there out of 117. The same smoke plant positioning, and right now, only one player left in Saturns to try to clutch up in the 1v4. It would be in total a 1v5, and right now he's getting collapsed on from every direction possible. Gothillia going to be there to lock things down, and Animus bounce back in a much needed round 2. I think especially with the way the momentum was feeling coming off of that map 1 and the convincing round 1, definitely a much needed round. They bounce back and probably give themselves a little bit of a breath of fresh air.
Great adjustment coming in from Animus, knowing very well that they wanted to go in for more of a mid pressure. Saturns gets that first pick, KRM in hand, but we don't really get to see it that often. And now Stays gets that kill as well, so it's going to be a 5v3 situation. But fast as that is going to be one more kill. Caesar's going to be a huge player right now. I'm really excited to see how he's going to bring it to the table. But obviously, it's still very doable for Animus to try and clutch this up if they win it right. As you can see on the map, player number 1, that's going to be Narcs, and going to be in a really good position right now to possibly spot one player. That's going to be Saturns, but they're going to take things slow. And a pretty interesting push coming in from 117. They want to go into alpha, getting that information down. And I feel like it's okay because there's only one more player using the numbers to their advantage. But Narcs gets that beautiful pick, brings it down to a 2v2. And now it's looking like that play coming in from 117 is not going to be that good because B was basically free.
And that's the best kill you can possibly find, because not only does he even it up to a 2v2, but the bomb goes down. You get the information that Lucky picks it up right there, and now both Animus players know exactly where he is. You got Narcs on the outside, you got Gothillia on the inside trying to make the rotation through, and with the bomb going down, it looks like Narcs is just trying to play distraction, does it to perfection. That's going to allow Gothillia to pick up the 2-piece, and that right there was a big brain play.
That was so good. And my goodness, you don't really get to see that kind of play often. And that is just trusting your teammate. And Narcs made so much noise there in mid. And everyone else from 117 was looking in that direction. And what beautiful confidence and also discipline coming in from Gothilla to not even throw any shots there. Beautiful trigger discipline. And now we get to see smokes go down here in Bravo. Going to be a fake here, as we get to see 117 trying to go in for that alpha plant again, and 2 in a row. It's not working out for you, and now you have to figure out why do they keep going here in alpha, knowing very well that they're kind of struggling here in this bomb site.
Yeah, you only got one player in the top of that mid building trying to gather information. Rasmo still yet to get going for Animus, but in spite of that, they've been able to find themselves a lead, and Obviously, with the way the last couple rounds have gone, you expect to see a little bit more passive approach from 117, but you have Saturns picking up that first blood onto Rasmo, and just like that, you feel a little more comfortable with your positioning around this A site. You still got to clear out Boot, and it doesn't seem like that nade's going to be in the right spot to find a pick or any type of information. You hear the shots whiz by, but the bomb goes down nonetheless. Boot's going to be there to try to find a pick on the push in. He's going to be able to get some damage. Not sure why Saturn's opted to keep running. Pretty easy kill, but Lucky fires back. Gothillia gonna drop right there now into the 3v2. Deagle shots for Lucky. Oh, it's not pretty, but he gets the kill, and now all down to Boot. 1v3, 22 seconds to work with, but he needs a defuse as well. Spots out one right here, but the reinforcements should be through, and that's gonna be enough for 117 to close up the round.
It's not over yet. Ready
Nice
up.
double peek, and they were almost singled out one by one, but that's a great adjustment coming in from 117. So now you're thinking about it, okay, A's not working for us, so there's something happening with Animus. They're kind of struggling now when it comes to that defense. Now we're going to be seeing a split right now, a 3 and 2, as Sirens gets that first opening pick. That's going to be huge for them. Create space for the rest of the team to possibly go in there for another A push, as they made a lot of noise here in Bravo.
Yep. Bomb still in the hands of Caesar. And there's very little info and zero map control for 117. They put themselves in a tough spot off the start of this round. Saturn's going to be able to get the hit marker, but obviously no challenge coming through. Somehow Lucky still finding that first blood, and 2 players already down for Animus. Despite the setup that they had, Rasmo finally looking to start getting going. He's been able to pick up an SMG as well, so a little more versatility. He's not going to have the timing to pick up the second snipe, but at least feeling a little bit more comfortable about this setup. Narc's just going to keep on peeking both of those sides. Fairly predictable approach out of 117 once again, and we'll see if Narcs can make something out of it right here. He hears the audio cue, and just like that, there's a pick, but stays. Jumps down, finds the trade, and once again, it's man advantage for 117.
And just as you said that, Boot gets the kill. And now 1v1 is going to happen. Says gets that a really, honestly, COD timing, not going to be on the side of Animus right there. Could have been winnable, but Boot is going to be the only person left here. He needs to be quick. 17 seconds left on the clock, and 2 players are going to be in there for the pinch. As the information finally is given to him, 10 seconds, it's not going to be easy. As 9, 8, and Boot going to be hiding just a tiny bit, but Says is going to be in a good spot. And 117 Not Found is doing an amazing job at the A side right now, and I feel like it's because they have 2 snipers that can clear out so much space. And for Animus, Rasma only has 1. And so with him having, with Animus only having 1 sniper plus, he's not creating that space for his team. I feel like that's the reason why 117 is doing an amazing job at this A site.
A beautiful spot right there. It looked like he had an angle to pick up an opening snipe, but they've just not been hitting for him. Another chance right there that he doesn't connect. If they can get him to start to get into that flow state, I think it's a completely different story for Animus, but they've just been able to find so few first bloods that they haven't really been able to dictate the pace of the game. And on the flip side, Lucky has just not been missing. He's going to get traded out by Boot right there. But right now, that's all you need is you get the information on the backside defense for Animus. And right now, 117 playing a little bit of a waiting game, hoping to bait out a little bit of extra information right here. Karma, eyes across that head glitch, but once again, the shots do not connect for Rasmo, and it's a bit of a stalemate over here on the A side.
Boot's going to be in a good situation, in a good place, but Karma's going to be right there. But Karma doesn't even have a kill yet, so that's going to be difficult. And speaking of, does spot Boot, so that's a really huge flank control there coming in from 117. And as we get to see it, just one more player, and Erasmo is just so far away, too far. But he is in a good place to pick off one person. And all Animus needs to do is to try to get as much picks as possible. But for 117, just stay put, because there's no reason why you should go in there for the hunt. And Rasmo spots one, and they exactly know where he is, which makes it even more difficult for Rasmo to go in there for the defuse.
I love the adjustment out of 117 there. They'd gone with the same play every single time. I don't think Rasmo's going to have time to, even if he gets the kills, get a defuse right here. And once again, shots just not connecting, takes down Karma. But 10 seconds, not going to be enough time to find the kills, let alone the defuse. Says drops him with the boxing gloves to the face. And the adjustment out of 117 right there, you know that they know exactly what your game plan is, but you fake the plant right there, have 3 players ready to collapse on the 2 pushing in for Animus, and you get the man advantage once again. That just seemed like 117 was one step ahead all the way through in the offensive side. Saturn's going to be getting pushed all the way through with a shotgun in hand, and he is going to be a nightmare to deal with if you're Animus. Looks like he's in a spot to take down Gathilia. The bomb is down, and you've still got to find a way to clear him out, which is not going to be an easy task.
2 players coming in from the bottom side of the map, coming in from departures. But that's going to be play number 4. That's Rasmo. That's going to be a huge kill for him. And this is where you get to see Animus just take up so much space, and that's going to be huge for them. They're finally going to be evening things down. Narcs able to plant down the bomb. And this is where we finally get to see Animus have signs of life. They're just going to be holding things down for their team. And for 117, they're going to be having a difficult time as they don't have any util to play with.
Lucky's got a nice flank spot right here, but getting pushed by 2 players. If you're Animus, you don't have any reason to take this gunfight. 2 players drop, and now it's all down to Shark. They get picked apart one by one, and just so many unnecessary chows right there. You gotta back up and play the information that you have. Chowing a sniper on a head glitch for no reason. They just look lost right now. That should have been an incredibly winnable round, and 117 just made it look like light work right there. And you're only getting big contributions out of 3 of your players. Caesar and Karma have had almost no impact so far, but they just have not found a way to make it happen. Shark gonna find the big opener onto Karma, the aggressive push over onto A, and finally a couple players down for 117 off the start. An opportunity for Animus to capitalize here.
That's going to be huge coming in from them. I mean, I feel like that round was so winnable for Animus. And now it seems like they're just having a difficult time going in there. 117 now is going to be the other side. They're having a difficult time here now. Animus looking like the A side's definitely going to be a little bit more comfortable for them as we get to see a lot more engagements here. But with 117 having just 2 players, they're going to have a difficult time as 20 seconds left on the clock as Narc actually going to be a huge player coming in from Animus, and he's doing an amazing job. And we usually see him as a sniper. And the fact that he's having that CBR and doing so well, getting those high impact kills, impressive, and now looks like that A site is going to be a little bit more favorable. But for 117, I feel like that's going to be an adjustment that they'll definitely go for. And speaking of, full 5-man rush from both of these teams, and now Rasmo is in a good spot, and he's getting more kills now on the defense.
He's waiting for somebody to make a wrap through those mid tracks, but not going to happen right now. And 117, even with them losing that round, their nades across the board have looked so much more impactful. So many of those big kills. It is going to be that one opener, I believe, Rasmo taking down Lucky, and getting him going is going to be a big portion of the recipe if Animus is going to have a chance here. But Boot gets dropped by the Deagle in the hands of Saturn, and once again, it is going to be 117 in the driver's seat right here, is all the way back in spawn with no real map control. Seems like there's a chance 117, or rather Animus, may get forced over toward that B side. Bomb still on the inside of Train, and even maybe a little stuck as long as Says is here getting this information. Not going to be able to connect on the first shot, but that info is going to be crucial. I mean, a lot of missed shots right now. I don't know if these guys are in their heads or what, but these are not shots that we're accustomed to seeing these players miss.
Says though having that 10, majority of it coming in from the attacking side, and now on the defense, looking like he's just having a little bit of a difficult time. Gothilla gets spotted, only gets tagged though. Saturn gives that information that it's going to be a B plant rather. And now for Says, he was in a really good position to try and rotate early enough into B, but he does just stay put. Pretty slow rotation coming in from 117, not found, as Rasmo gets that 1 kill, gets Caesar. And that's going to be huge for them. Says gets that kill as well, trades out Rasmo. So we get to see a 3v2. No, a 2v2 as Karma accidentally takes himself out.
Oh, I think he died to the train. He didn't hear the audio cue of it coming in behind him, and that's going to be Narcs with a crucial kill onto Saturns. I think that's our first train kill of the tournament. I need chat to keep a running total of those because I don't think I've ever seen that happen in competitive period. It's happened to me, but I'm a bot.
I can already see the memes, man. It's gonna be Karma 0, Train 1. And now let's see if that's going to be a detrimental stop of the momentum here for 117, because so far on the defense are having a really hard time. Godzilla takes out the shots. Boot gets that beautiful nade kill. And Animus is just right on top of it. The adjustments are going to be huge for them. They're trying to get into the plant. A 4v2 situation. That's player number 4 up in the train. He's going to be in a really good spot, Rasmo, to try in for the defense far, far away. Saturns, though, with the KRM kill, just tries to even things down just a tiny bit, but he does get spotted by Rasmo. Goes in there for the reposition, and Rasmo is actually missing all these shots. And unfortunately for him, hit marker is going to be right there.
Whoa, Narcs just looked confused right there. It looks like Lucky's gonna hop the bomb here. You still got 2 players left to deal with and not a whole lot of time to do it. Does drop Shark, but it's gonna be Rasmo on the backside, putting that pressure through. You've got to make your way up, and honestly, if Lucky had stuck it right there, might have had a chance, but perfect play out of Rasmo. Lucky's gonna find the kill, but no time for the fuse, and just like that, Animus find a way to tie things back up. I believe 3 rounds in a row. Realistically, probably should have been 4 rounds in a row. But regardless, they're tied up, and that's all that matters.
There you go. I mean, I feel like for Lucky, like what you mentioned, he probably just should have stuck it, because you won't have a choice anyway, and you'd have definitely more of an advantage if you just stayed there, because the sniper from the other end of the team was so far away. Rasmo was trying to go in there for that far flank, but it was too far. But it's a good thing that there was going to be a little bit of hesitation coming in from 117, and now fast push coming in from both of these teams as we get to see the full push coming in from Animus, trying to get that information down, trying to get that control here in office. But so far, Shark getting that 2 kills is going to be huge for Animus.
I mean, Shark has just been an absolute menace on the inside of the train on the offensive side. 117 has not had a single counter for him. They're finally able to drop him right there, but now all down to Lucky. He's got 14 kills on the board as once again, Karma and Caesar have just not gotten going at all. It is going to be Rasmo getting the bomb down over on that opposite side of the map, and a long, long trek ahead for Lucky. 3 players to take down, all tucked away in those tight spots. He's gonna pop up to the overlook right here to see if he can find an opening for a first blood, but no peeks out of Animus. They're gonna make this as long and strenuous as possible.
Lucky spots Godzilla. There you go. That's 1 for him. But with 20 seconds left, it's going to be so difficult to try and clutch this up. 1v2 though. Still doable, but Rasmo's going to be right there holding their angles really well. And now we are at match point. I mean, 117 just kind of gave up their lead. And I feel like it's because Animus was just getting so much of that mid control. And yes, they were playing the train to their advantage, because everyone else from like Says and Lucky, they're having the snipers. And that's why for Animus, they had to bring it a little bit close. And now that adjustment just dealt so much damage already. And we get to see 117 kind of struggling when it comes to that adjustment. And now it's going to be a push again. Says open things up though. So that's going to be huge for 117. But everyone else in his team need to go in for the rotation right now.
Ooh, shotgun to the face for Gothilla. Saturn's in a nice spot to see if he can find another pick with the nade. I don't know if Shark's gonna be able to get away. No hit marker right there, but likely some footsteps to give the information. Animus on 4 rounds in a row right now and looking to shut things down. If at all possible, you would rather not go back to the defensive side. They have looked so convincing here on offense. Right now, they're trying to see if they can shut it down, but in a 3v5, not going to be an easy task, and the bomb is down right below the stairs. You got still got 1 player right above, but Saturn's obliterated by Shark, and it looks like 1 player going to be able to climb up here. Caesar, not in a great spot, has not had himself a great game either, but Says on the wrap should be able to get some big-time information. That's not a peek that you want to take too often with the Switchblade, and nice little flank out of Narcs right there is going to be able to equalize now into the 3v3.
Unfortunately, Says couldn't really win that gunfight and stop that rotation going into Bravo. And as we get to see Animus just spread themselves out, the bomb holder going to be in a really bad position as Karma could easily take him out. As we get to see Narcs trying to quietly go into that B plant. but it's a good thing for him. The timing is going to be on his side. Is Karma not spotting anyone? He doesn't know. No audio cue whatsoever. He didn't hear it at all. And now with the Holger 26 in hand, tries to go in there for that information again, but no one's going to be right there where he's looking at, and everyone else in his team needs to go and rotate.
Boo with the pre-fire. You better watch out. The train's coming by. It looks like it's not going to find anybody there, but 1-for-1 trades. Animus, time is on their side. Only 20 seconds, but one player hops on through. That's Narcs finding Lucky, and now all down to Karma. He gets snapped on as well. And Animus off to a rough start there in the search and destroy, but they bounce back in a big way. A must-have game in this series, as it looks like the search and destroy going to be their strong suit. They're able to tie things up 1-1 as they get ready to head into the control here against 117.
Glad to see that there was a huge comeback coming in from Animus, and 117 almost had it in the bag, but it looks like they had such a troublesome time when it comes to that defense. It's because they always lost that mid control, and the party in the trains was just not fun coming in from these boys. And I feel like the double sniper setup eventually became something that was a weakness for them, because in the beginning, yes, for the attacking round, you're trying to create that space going into that site, but I feel like on that defense, they probably should have just had just one sniper to cut that rotation through. But as we see the highlights finally pulling out here, we get to see a lot of the plays coming in from 117 is going to be good in the first half. But I mean, I just love this play with Narcs and Gothilla. That is just going to be a really good play of how much you trust your teammate.
His deagle shots, not the prettiest, but a kill's a kill. I think the aggression out of Animus paid off in a big way. I think especially the way that once they got on the offensive side, Shark completely controlled the train area. Nobody wanted to challenge that. And you take the snipers out of the equation and force them to kind of play in the close range. Absolutely crucial offensive plays out of Animus, and I think the best thing that they did is they managed to find a way to not go back on the defensive side. I think both teams were fairly predictable in the routes they were going to go, the plays they were going to make, and a couple smart plays out of 117, but definitely a dominant search and destroy. And realistically, that could have been a more dominant win. There are a couple rounds that I would say Animus kind of threw away right there, so if they can sharpen up their search and destroy on that express map, would definitely be a nice thing to have in their back pocket. But getting ready to hop back into the action, it is going to be control. Definitely looking like it will be the swing mode between these two teams. And with the way the respawns looked, I think you got to be leaning the direction of 117 heading into this one.
And it's going to be interesting because the last time that these two teams played together and it was going to be a control game, it was Animus getting the best out of them, but that's going to be on that raid map. Let's see in standoff if Animus will be the same way, if it's going to be dominant. And so far, it's going to be 117. Obviously, they had a better time when it comes to that hardpoint map, but it is a new map. So right now, it's going to be a classic standoff. And so far, still even when it comes to the lives and when it comes to the anchoring spot, we actually get to see 117 have a little bit more control. That's going to be your statue, that's going to be your tank, but we get to see Animus actually going in there for really good kills as well, going in for that Bravo push.
Delia is saucing right now, controlling that broken wall area, not gonna be able to find Karma up above. A lot of blue in the feed right now as 117 finding their way through right here. They got to get Boo cleared out on the inside of this one, but Caesar gonna get the better of that gunfight. Lucky looking to set up a spawn trap right here. He's got players in multiple directions on the outside. He is going to drop. Solid progress going through for Animus so far. Haven't lost too many lives either, but you've got to make sure you don't get put into the spawn trap, and trying to clear Saturns off that tractor area is not going to be easy. The life gap starting to grow right here as 117 closing in on the spawn trap more and more. It looks like Rasmo going to be able to do some damage to get cleared out right there, but he is going to get shut down by Karma, who finds a two-piece, and right now, you got to get on the objective because only 30 seconds remaining. It is an objective-based game mode, and you've got to get to work winning some of those gunfights on the inside.
They're just pushed up so far, and it's going to be that control in back alley coming in from 117. They just keep pushing, and they really wanted that spawn trap, and so far it's actually working out for them. 13 seconds left, and so far it's just one tick of progress each here for each flag, as also half the lives too. And as we get to see Karma trying to win this gunfight, it's not going to be enough. Rasmo gets that kill, and the bleeding stops just for a second. And speaking of a second, it's not going to be enough, as we do get to see Animus fall down here in the attacking round, and that's kind of something that you kind of expect here when it comes to standoff and control. But let's see how 117 is gonna play when it comes to the attacking round. I feel like it's going to be a heavy push coming into back alley.
If you're Animus, best case scenario right here is getting an early spawn trap set up and trying to build some of those score streaks, some of those operators. You've already allowed Says to get up onto a Hunter Killer. Right so far, Animus, strong start, and it looks like some crucial info as Rasmo clears out Says in the inside corner right there. One player on the inside of Delhi, not going to opt to peek quite yet, but Animus is getting set up into position. If you get Rasmo up on top of this tractor, if he can hit some snipes, could see those lives dwindle quickly. They're already up 3 right here. Trying to get players pushed out with utility in hand, but not going to be able to connect. And right now, there's a flying Rasmo onto your head. He's going to be able to clear out 2 as well. And now the operator's already coming out. A ballsy play right here, especially with the life lead, but you're just trying to build those streaks, and he's going to be able to do that as he's now got a Pred missile ready to go. Does get knocked off of his claw right there. But the damage is done. No ticks of progression yet. You do finally get a player hopped onto A for 117, not found, but it looks like Rasmo actually going to opt to go ahead and use that Pred missile, and that is a lot of utility used, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you'd want to save for your attacking round, but I guess they want to use it all here. 117 though. I mean, the life advantage is not too huge when it comes to Animus, and they're trying to go in for that A progress with just 23 seconds left. But one thing that I'm just trying to figure out from both of these teams is that they're going in there one by one. They're just struggling so much when it comes to flooding into that particular flag, as the third tick of progress is finally coming through. It does get stopped by Caesar. Going to be a huge way to go in there. I mean, for a huge way for them to get that A flag, they're just running out of lives here. 15 seconds left on the clock, and that A progress just being stopped by Narcs. Are they going to be able to get it? And the answer is no, as a 2 and 10. It's downright impossible for them to try and get it. Says tries to get that win though, but with no ticks of progress and 9 seconds left on the clock. 117 struggling in this attacking round, and I feel like the one-dimensional play of funneling all of your players just one by one into that alpha flag is just not going to work out for you. We need to see a little bit more control when it comes to that back alley and also in gas station, and a rotation in from Hay going into Bravo is probably something that we need to see both of these teams do.
Yeah, obviously the usage of operators is going to be crucial, and right now Animus has more charged up. It looks like 1 score streak to work with as well. Gothillia, Narcs, and Shark. Big task ahead to get as much value as possible and see if you can take an offensive round here. Shark with an early push over onto the B side. Typically the tougher one to capture, and I think he's going to be able to get some Sparrow shots off right here as he looks to cut off the rotations. There's nobody coming that way, my guy. He's able to take down Saturns, but the Sparrow especially is an operator you would like to be able to get more value out of, and seeming like he was just kind of blindly firing right there is not what you want to see out of Animus. Gothillia pops the Annihilator right here. He's going to be able to find 1, but he gets shut down as well, and that is so little value out of those crucial operators. Narc's going to be able to win 1 on the inside of P2 right there. But once again, you haven't allowed yourself to get any objectives captured. You haven't built any type of a life lead. And at this point, you're forced to hop that objective and see what type of damage you can do. Not the start that Animus is looking for here in round 3.
Spawn trap in order as we get to see 2 players coming in from 117 going in there for that spawn trap. But player number 2 though, that's going to be Boot. That's going to be winning a very crucial gunfight, but has to worry about 1 more player later on. And now Shark gets that kill as well, trying to go in there for that mid control here in Granny's. But like what you said, there's no ticks of progress whatsoever, and then I feel like they're just trying to get a lot of these kills down. They just cannot catch a break here in A, as we get to see a lot of players coming in from 117 in there for that defense, and 1 big push needs to happen. Everyone else coming in from Animus needs to push as a team and split themselves into 2. I feel like that's the best thing that they can do right now.
Rasmo's gonna pop the claw right here, and the round's not over yet, but the Hunter Killer goes out. It doesn't hit him at all. He's gonna be able to find 1 and trying to set up the spawn trap, but he's all alone here on this B side. Right now, the lives continue to dwindle as the rest of his team's getting spawn trapped, and he is the lone man on that B side as they get completely wiped off the board, and now all down to Gothillia. It looked like it might be a manageable round, but they just could not buy a gunfight toward the end of that one. And once again, The defense has reigned supreme every single time so far. Utility usage going to be that much more important heading into that round 5. Animus need to give themselves the best possible chance at taking an offensive round. They got to focus here on the defense, but they are finding those kills with the guns off the start. I would like to see them be a little bit more patient with the operators and score streaks they're able to build.
And there you go. We get to see everyone else from 117 actually just wait for their team to go and rotate. We get to see a big gunfight being won here, coming in from Saturn's, but unfortunately he does get traded out. And so far, Animus going in there for that early spawn trap is definitely going to be huge for them, as that life lead is slowly just going up and up. And that gunfight being won in back alley is going to be huge as well. And that's going to be player number 3. Lucky will try to go in there and also get a lot of these kills, but he's going to be the only one left in his team. And so far, he needs to have a backup just in case he does go down. And we no ticks of progress whatsoever coming in from 117. And Animus seems like they're doing a better job when it comes to the attack every time they're there. But right now, just no progress whatsoever coming in from 117.
And no question, Animus has looked like the better defensive team every single time around, but they haven't been able to turn any of that into momentum to give themselves an advantage when they get back to that offensive side. And here you see Boot pulling out the war machine. Like, you're up 11 lives. You're not in a life disparity. There's no chance that they're gonna get these objectives captured. Why are we throwing away this utility when you have an offensive round you've not been able to win so far? That looks like they're gonna be able to have a solid finish right here, and they do still have 3 operators ready to go. But once again, why do we feel the need to use those operators when you're in such a dominant position so far? You've only got a couple players that you have to clear out. I feel like it might end up backfiring, especially given the fact that 117 has 4 of their 5 operators charged up and ready to go.
You are absolutely right. That is a great point. The fact that they used a lot of their operators down here where they could have used it later on into possibly the last round, because 117 will have more of an advantage because they're going on defense. They're fully streaked out. And now for Animus, you need to bring out everything because they didn't have the best time when it comes to the attack. Both of these teams do. 2 and 13 is going to be that lifeline. Caesar, if he brings out an operator, I will actually lose it, but looks like he's not. He's just getting that information down. 42 seconds. Still quite a lot of time, but obviously with 13 lives, it's just going to be so difficult to try and clutch this up. And everyone else from Animus actually knows where everyone is going to be from 117. And they're just going to be staying put. I like that play. And now Shark gets that 1 kill, brings down Sage. And now Saze, rather. Caesar, though, gets the trade, but you're going to try to get that 1v12. It's just impossible. And now this is where things get interesting, right? 117 will start on the defensive side, which I feel like Animus, like what you mentioned, has a stronger defensive setup. So let's see. They're pretty even when it comes to the operators, too.
All right. Big task for Animus up ahead. Yet to see an offensive win here in the control. Shark going back alley. He's not going to wrap the corner, though. Say's gonna drop right there, and that's a big opener for Animus. Every single one of these gunfights going to be crucial, and there's Karma popping the first Annihilator. What type of value is he gonna be able to find? Nobody really peeking him right now, and a couple big gunfights on the inside of Courtyard for Animus. It looks like that is going to be the Annihilator, still in the hands of Karma, but he is going to run out of time right there. No eyes on Gathilia. Shot's not connecting underneath the tractor either, and somehow he's staying alive. He should be able to win the gunfight. He outlasts him. More bullets, and now the operator's starting to come out. Rasmo, claw in hand, Gathilia, Annihilator in hand. They have a chance to go big right here. Players on both of those objectives, but Saturn's with the Purifier gets a crucial kill and a clear out over onto B.
That was supposed to be a huge gunfight. Flag, but we get to see it. 1 player into that Bravo side, and it's going to be huge if he's able to win this gunfight up against player number 2. That's going to be Saturn's. And as we get to see B being cleared out, there's no defense whatsoever. I mean, player number 2, Saturn's going to be the only player that's going to be right there, and Shark still wins that. Able to get the second tick of progress almost, but Caesar actually brings out a really beautiful Sparrow kill, stops the push, and also cleans up that second tick of progress.
Well, right now, that is the only operator in play Narc's the last remaining one for Animus. See if he can make anything of it. Shark's gonna win a big gunfight right there, and they're at the very least keeping the lives even, but you have got to get one of these objectives captured. You gotta get that extra minute on the clock, and with a Sparrow right here, I don't know why that's the place you're opting to push. A big gunfight win once again, but they're down in lives and continue to be so as Caesar wins a crucial one, and now with a 6-life lead and no objectives captured for Animus, they get absolutely picked apart. Boot, Narcs, it's now or never if you're going to use those operators. What are you waiting on? Boot gets obliterated without a chance to use it, as does Narcs. Why? What are you saving it for? This is the last round. Pull it out. Give your team a chance. It's going to be 117 taking yet another respawn here on map 3.
It just looks like when it comes to Animus, it's questionable their usage of their operators. They don't bring it out when they need to, and they bring it out when they still have a fighting chance in the next round. It looks like, again, back to the drawing board when it comes to raid right now. I mean, raid control, because there were so many moments that Animus could have actually won that offensive side, but unfortunately for them, it's just the operator usage. The score streaks were just not there. And 117, I mean, it wasn't a perfect game either for them, but still, the fact that they ended things on the defensive side, that was the only reason for me. That's why they won.
I mean, I think there's a lot of work to do for both teams. There didn't really seem to be any type of definitive offensive strategy. It was just hope that you can win more of the opening gunfights, and if you don't, then it's chalk, move on to the next round. 0 offensive round wins. And fortunately for 117, they were the team that ended on the defensive side. But if that's not the case the next time around, I think you need to put in that work on the control side of things to try to figure out a way to give yourself an advantage on the offensive side.
Definitely. And now we're moving into, again, 117 territory, because we're obviously getting a game number 4, and that's going to be Summit Hardpoint. And we absolutely know that 117 is so good in this map, is pretty good in this mode. And for Animus, we've seen them come back. But when it comes to that slow pace S&D, and yes, they picked it up when it comes to the aggressive side, they need to bring out all the stops. They need to be 2 steps ahead when it comes to that rotation, especially in P2 into P3. And that's when we'll know if they'll be able to get this Summit Hardpoint, because this is not going to be easy, especially you're dealing with Karma here that can spawn trap you.
Yeah, right now, if you're Animus, at least it's a little bit more of a familiar hardpoint map. Obviously, still going to be very much rotation-oriented, with P3 being that crucial money hill where you want to be able to get the majority of the time. It is a lot of that opening gunfight portion going the way of 117, but Cathilia fires back. That's going to be a crucial double kill with the holder in hand, making a triple kill. Does get traded out, but it's Animus on the inside of the hardpoint right now. No real topside control, as Narcs is going to opt to hop down right here, and they're trying to take all these gunfights up close and personal. Seems like a little bit of a 50-50 strategy, but it's working out for them so far, especially with Cathilia tucked away in that corner.
That's going to be huge. Gunfights being won by Animus, still applying that pressure, but obviously you need to get that top control, because you will have sights down for the people trying to enter in for that special forces base, and also get sights in here in P1 as well. Cathilia wins that beautiful gunfight, gets 5 in a row. I mean, more 4 actually, but I was gonna preempt it with Lucky, but it's a good thing that Lucky was lucky with his life. Shark, though, goes down. Essential gunfight being won by Saturns right now, as they do get top control here. And with everyone else coming in from Animus spawning off into the opposite side, that's gonna be a huge way to control that P2, and also the possible rotation later on into P3.
And it looked like with that topside control, 117 should have been in a position to win a couple of those gunfights. It's finally going to be Caesar hopping on down as he gets the hard point cleared, and still green spawns for Animus. That's where you want to be for P3, but obviously you can't just give away these 40 seconds for free. That is a big 3 kills right there. Just like that, they're on the inside of the hard point. The beauty of the Holger, you can spray and pray all day, and that's exactly what Cathilia is going to do. He has got 12 kills on the board already. Not going to be able to find Karma right there, but ultimately you get the spawns locked down for right now, and you're pretty happy with it, given that you've already built yourself a little bit of a lead. Big gunfight up ahead for Shark right here. 2 players pushing through. Karma's going to be able to win the first one. He's on a 4 spree already. 1 player still anchoring the back spawns for Animus. Big crossfire out of Cathilia to at least keep things clear for now.
That's going to be huge fights coming in from Animus. They do have the spawns, but they do have to worry about one player that's going to try to infiltrate, but it's a good thing that they win those. And now we get to see how well 117 can try and break the hill. And so far, they're trying to go in for the top side of the map. That's something that you don't really get to see usually because you'd want to have a little bit of control as well into cable car. And so far, they do win a lot of the gunfights down, but obviously with Godzilla trying to go in there for the Holger, he will definitely win a lot of these gunfights. And speaking of, he does get those, and they're just having a hard time when it comes to the positioning here.
Ooh, very dangerous trophy, but Shark able to pop out the CBR, still gets the better of the gunfight, and right now this is the exact strategy the Animus are looking for. Like we talked about before, P3 spawns are the most important on this entire map, and if I had to guess, 117 probably going to opt to rotate early right here. We are going to keep Karma in the top side, but he loses that opening gunfight, and just like that, you could be spawning toward the back of the map with every additional gunfight lost. The Pred Missile going to end up hitting a trophy right there for Boot, so no value yet, but Say's winning that big gunfight. Oh, and the War Machine comes out. That's going to send Animus. No, they're not spawning across the map. The new hard point is pop, so they're going to have those close spawns, and not a bad loss, especially given how much damage you were able to do there on P3.
Absolutely. I mean, the new spawn is definitely going to be really good for Summit right now as you're not spawning all the way across the map, but it's still going to be 117 here in P4 as we do get to see Lucky winning a lot of the gunfights here in Long, and that's essential gunfights being won, and so they don't go in there for the pinch. He's still going in there for that defense. Going to be huge if he gets to win it, and he still does. Going to be on a streak, and it's still going to be P4 control for 117.
Looks like they're going to be able to break on through. Gothillia doing his best to give it a shot right here, but with the dominance that 117 have had here on P4, looking like it could very well be a tie game when we head back to P1. Shark doing everything that he can, but a lot of solo pushes for Animus that have not paid off at all. Rasmo gets the solo break on through. That's some scrap time right there and picks up a CBR. They'll make it a little bit easier to clear out the pushing 117 players. That's going to allow some breathing room for the other Animus players to get set up over here on P1, but Says, how do you win that gunfight? Takes down a big one right there, and now 3 make it 4 in the feed, mean that Boot is all alone on the inside of the hard point. The 117 players collapsing, and they are not quite going to be able to find the break, at least not yet.
Says has been a humongous player here coming in from 117, just winning a lot of these rotational gunfights, and just that timing coming in from that War Machine a while ago to break that control is definitely going to be huge for them. And now also clearing out P1 a while ago, but unfortunately not able to utilize the fact that they created so much space for them. And now Karma gets that 2-piece though. Not able to still break into the hill as they're still trying to get that control here in 2F. They're finally able to contest it as Lucky gets his 12th kill, but does get taken out, although he does have that claw in hand.
Rasmo, LK in hand, not something that you're going to see a whole lot whenever it comes to Summit, but he's able to put in some work with it. A couple of big gunfights once again for 117, but feels like in the last few hard points, they've been playing a little bit of catch up, and Animus has been first to strike with the exception of that P4. Right now, it is Say's set up early here on P2. War Machine's going to come out, but he gets taken down immediately. And if he took a shot right there, might not get any regen. Shark goes big with the Sparrow in hand. He's going to get shut down by Saturn's on the top side, but he gets traded out as well. And right now, Animus in position to lock in a big chunk of hard point time here on P2 once again. Caesar gets the better of that gunfight, and 117 once again moving upward. You have got to get those spawns pushed out, and Gothillia is not letting that happen anytime soon. 2 crucial kills there as well. 1 player left on the point with a War Machine in hand, and it looks like they're at least going to be able to get the contest for the time being. 117 does get things cleared off. Right now, spawns are going to be crucial and some big gunfights happening on the backside.
Oh my gosh, speaking of, Saturn's wins an essential gunfight and is able to hold it really by himself, but that gives in a lot more rotational advantage coming in from his team, but unfortunately, the rest of his team is just not going to be there on time. And now as we get to see big gunfights trying to be won here by Cable Car, 117 still trying to struggle here when it comes to the early rotation here in P3. We get to see player number 1, that's going to be Narcs, trying to go in for that control. Rasmo goes in big with the Deagle single kill. That's going to be huge kills for him, and only one player is going to be right there to try and capture it, and Says cannot do anything because the rest of his team is just not winning these gunfights, and this is Animus's hill. I mean, 117 has not been able to break this at all, and now it looks like Animus wants to get that 60 as well.
Ooh, and Narcs goes big with the Purifier, gonna be able to take down 2. Cathillia is gonna opt to pop his Annihilator, and a Claw coming out for Rasmo as well. And once again, kind of questioning, you're in the position where you got such dominant spawn control. This is not a hard point you had any type of difficulty holding down. Why not save those till a later spot? And they're gonna get spawns flipped on them anyway. Wow, what a turn. 117 able to pick up the scrap time, but it actually might work to the advantage of Animus. They get spawned toward next, and with only scraps to be found for 117, maybe not the worst thing to happen right there is 117 maybe getting a little bit overzealous right there. They've got some operators to work with to try to find the break, and no sort of utility for Animus. But right now, Animus in place to position themselves to win this game if they can get a solid chunk of time here on P4.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably like the best case scenario coming in from 117. Get the scrap points in P3, and you're also going to be primed in position to go in there for the break with the operators that you have, but they can't even go close. Big gunfight being won, though, by player number 4. That's going to be Karma, and everyone else in his team needs to go and win it, but then Animus is just going to be playing those headies to perfection. Narcs takes himself out. Unfortunately, that is one operator down for them. Caesar gets a big double. Now, that's going to be huge for them, and finally, we get to see 117 touch it just a tiny bit, but it's just one player. It's not going to be enough to sustain.
Animus have done a phenomenal job. Anytime they've had initial spawn anchoring, they've pretty much gone untouched. The only time where we saw 117 get a big chunk was on an early P4. But right now, it looks like Animus might be on their way to forcing a map 5, and with the way they looked in Search and Destroy, that's exactly what they want. Cathillia has been himothy this map. 39 kills with a Holger, no less, going up against a bunch of SMGs on Summit. He's going to pick up kill number 40, does get spotted out by Lucky on the bottom side. Narcs gets some information, but right now he's trying to lock in the tap side. It's going to be Saturn's on the flank right there. All 117 in the feed. That's a full 5 wipe, and this one's not over yet.
There you go. Saturn tries to spam in the Holger and gets that kill. And these EU players just know how to play this gun. Possibility to get the 3rd. There you go. On a 6 spree right now. Or a 5, rather. And that's going to be huge for him to try and get a lot of these score streaks down. Needs to play it back just a tiny bit in order to get more of that, especially that Preddy is going to be huge. And there you go. That's going to be huge for him. Gets that Preddy. Does get that information down and finally goes down.
Hardpoint is ours.
It's 117 breaking on through. No time here on P1 for Animus. That's a big gunfight win to at least get some contest time right here, but you gotta put the final dagger in if you want to be able to force that final map, and 117 is not going away. Saturn's gonna have a pred to with as well. He takes down Shark, and Boot's gonna take himself down with what I assume was an operator. And just like that, things looking a little bit dicey. Animus is gonna be on the inside of the hard point. You gotta take down Saturn's right here. He's got a Purifier in hand. Lucky's gonna push on through as well. 117 locking down the hard point time, and it looks like they're gonna be able to get green spawns as well. If you're Animus, you have got to find some contest time, and things are falling apart quickly. Sparrow goes big, but he's gonna take himself out as well. The Claw's gonna pop. Lucky's gonna drop as well, and Animus only need 8 more seconds. They're hopping on in, but it's pure chaos here on P2. They have got to get one final clear, and that might be what they needed to shut this down and force them at 5. One more kill goes through, and Animus avoid disaster to take map 4.
There you go. I mean, we already said that when it comes to these two teams, it's down to the wire, it's close. And for Animus, the only reason, honestly for me, the reason that they won is because they always go in early when it comes to that control in P3. They locked it down. They had 120 seconds in that hill. There was, I mean, no, it's actually like 110 because they gave 10 seconds away to 117. But still, that is such a great matchup here in Summit. And when we hyped up, especially for me, I thought 117 was going to be having this down the bag, but it seems like they're having such a difficult time when it comes to those rotations where we were kind of expecting them to be at. So I feel like they just didn't expect that Godzilla's going to be right there shredding with a Hulker in such great angles for them.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the 110 seconds that they got. The 10 seconds that they gave away on P3 actually worked to their advantage to give them those early spawns on P4, and that was ultimately what allowed them to actually build a gap and put this one away up against a 117 team that was not going away easily, that looked dominant on the first hardpoint map. And Animus bouncing back in a big way. You got to think that's a momentum builder. And you even look back to the control, like on the defensive side, they never looked bad. Really, since that P1, they've looked pretty strong across all of the maps so far. We'll see if they have what it takes to close out this final map and take the map 5.
Definitely, and it's going to be so great here. This game number 5, an S&D, it's going to be in firing range, and this is a really huge map coming in from Animus because obviously I hope that they will take out their 2 snipers because this is definitely a map that you would want those, and we've already seen it for 117 Not Found to have that double sniper setup. They had more of an advantage going in there for the attacking round, but everything fell apart when they did start on that defense. So definitely a lot of things to work on when it comes to both of these teams, but I feel like Animus does have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that S&D.
Yeah, their adjustments were really solid. On the offensive side, they look, for the most part, untouchable. And obviously, this is a map that they're going to be a lot more comfortable in. That could also potentially give a little bit more edge over toward 117. Yes, they didn't look great in the first search and destroy map, but going to feel a lot more comfortable on the firing range, search and destroy. It's been a map that has been in the competitive map pool every single year in the history of Call of Duty Mobile Esports. So this is definitely a perfect way to finish out this series. I think we had one game 4 the entire time in NA.
Yeah.
First match. We've already got a game 5 on our hands for EU. This is definitely looking to be an exciting region to watch. We'll see what these guys have as we hop on into round 1.
Here we go. The attack's going to be 117, and you already know how well they can play it, but just being greeted by one player, that's going to be Shark. But that information is definitely going to be found, and unfortunately gets caught with his just so open, trying to go in there. It's not going to be really good. The timing not in play for him. The rest of Animus tries to go in there for that rotation, but a little bit slow in my opinion, as everyone else from 117 is going to be right there. Beautiful smoke coming out from 117. Just stops the push coming in from Godzilla.
Right now, he's in a cheeky spot to try to find a kill, but he's not going to have eyes on anybody. Stays prone on the backside, trying to get some information on the wall bangs, but none to be found right there, and that's a rough angle for Boot to try to take. It's all 117 in the feed right now. Narc's going to be able to find one, but they're just stuck over here on tires, and 117 are not moving. Narc's going to be forced to push on through, and there's just no time to work with. Still 3 players left alive for 117. Great attempt out of Animus, but no time to work with, and a solid push onto the B side to lock in round 1 for 117.
It's just so difficult because Animus was trying to push down into tunnel where everyone else from 117 is actually going to be on jungle side. And I feel like if Animus brought at least one person into jungle going in there for that flank, maybe it could have been a different situation. But well played coming in from 117, doing an amazing job when it comes to the attack. As we get to see Caesar gonna be able to get that huge kill. Saturns as well gets a pick. And now one sniper down coming in from Animus.
Yeah, that was a huge trailer push right there. Caesar trying to get some information. No eyes on anybody quite yet. I don't think that's going to connect. That was a bit of a long shot. Finally, Erasmo starting to pick things up. They have needed him to get going for a while, and it looks like he's got the wallbang lineups. Not going to be able to connect on those first couple. They've got to get pushed in here, and they got to do it quickly. He's going to pick up another on the Lucky, a 2v3. Definitely manageable if you can get it. And Shark not going to win that gunfight. Super winnable, but Rasmo wins a big one. Crossbow going to come out. He connects with that as well. And now into the 1v1. It's going to be Karma on the backside, but he doesn't read it correctly. Karma clutching up right there, and man, Rasmo nearly had the clip of stage 3 so far.
I know, right? That was just a fast situation coming in from this guy. I mean, he needed to step it up in that first S&D round, but now he definitely stepped it up. Rasmo having that 4 to his name, but Karma's just so good at stopping that flank, and he was able to win an essential gunfight now. And let's see, another break coming in from Bravo, but it's going to be a heavier setup coming in from 117. I mean, from Animus rather. going to be a 2v4 situation, but it's still Lucky trying to get that pick, trying to open that space coming in from 117. But as long as they get that information down, they back off, and that's going to be huge. That is going to be an amazing back off coming in from 117 as the information is going to go down. But you get to see Animus actually just put in 3 people in Bravo, but A is going to be completely empty.
Yeah. Right now, that's exactly what they want. You got a player pushing out, trying to get that information. Obviously, Animus is still fully set up over here on B. And if you can get that bomb over toward A, you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. You've already got Gathilia down. But it looks like 117's still going to try to make their way into B. And I'm not sure if they got the audio cue onto Saturn's, but they get eyes on him. And Boot should have been able to clean that up. That is a big miskill.
And now for 117, you need to go push now. I mean, they just gave too much time away, and you have 2 players trying to go in for the defense in Alpha. And now, as they're trying to make a lot of noise, yes, I get it, but you're making a lot of noise in B, but you need to make some sort of progress going into Alpha, and they need to move right now. Just 34 seconds left on the clock. Just move. You have numbers advantage already. Not only that, you also have a sniper. And now, speaking of a sniper, Rasmo tries to spot if he can see any kind of rotation, but there you go. The information finally pulls through as a 3-on-4 situation is going to be right there. Boot gets 1. He does get traded out by Caesar. 1 player coming in for 117 is Karma going to be a little bit too far. He needs to go in there just in case everyone else from his team is going to go down.
Been planted.
I don't really know why you still have 1 player all the way over on that B side, and it actually could pay dividends for 117. This Karma's going to hit the flank right there, and Animus, they seeming like it handed you the round, and you just cannot capitalize at any turn. Waited what till 17 seconds remaining to even push toward the A plant, and you can't punish them at all. 117 now sitting up 3-0 in a search and destroy that I think most people watching expected Animus to have the advantage. Shark and Gathilia still looking for that first kill so far, and they're gonna send the heavy defense over toward B once again. Nice nade spot for Gathilia. It doesn't, no, it does connect, but Caesar's 1 HP, and that wall is no longer wall bangable, so he should be able to regen and should be able to pass along some of this information to his team.
That should be an easy kill coming in from Animus, knowing very well there's 1 player coming in from 117 here in Tower, but you only have 1 player. You spot just 1. Gathilia takes the shots as well, but reposition. So that's going to be information coming down for his team, and Caesar needs to find a way to get out of here because it's going to be a difficult situation to be in, as everyone else coming in from 117, I mean from Animus rather, is going to be right there looking at you.
A tough kill to find, and ultimately for 117, you're happy to have him up there as he's able to relay information from so many different points. Right now, he's going to pop the nade, see if he can take down Gathilia. No, he's going to opt to throw it all the way over toward the A side. No hit marker. And finally, Animus able to find a first blood. Rasmo takes down Saturn's, and especially with no type of map control and down a man right here, it is definitely the round in the hands of Animus, but just like that, Karma's able to equalize. You got players pushing out when you know there's a player still up in tower, and 1 by 1, Animus starting to be picked apart again. He's finally going to opt to hop down right here. He is in a dangerous spot, visible from so many angles, but not going to get spotted out yet, and 117 can be able to secure the plant over here on the B side.
Caesar still gets the kill, and even though he gets a double kill, how is he still alive, man? But you know what? COD timing is on his side. He was up there for so long, and he should have been taken out. But here we go. We're finally going to be having another attacking round for 117, and so far it's been, I mean, it's been good. I mean, it's not been pretty, but it's still pretty nice that 117 has been winning a lot of these attacking rounds, and they need to find a way to stop the push. Animus needs to find a way to apply that pressure even more here in Alpha.
Oh, and that's a big mid push from Caesar. He's able to take down Rasmo. Boot, big trade right there. Evens it into a 4v4, but once again, the fast push onto A will lock in the plant. Narcs is going to be able to take down Lucky, so man advantage for Animus. They need to find a defensive round here, but Boot's not going to get the better of that gunfight. Now into the 3v3 as nobody is there for the trade. Say's going to get picked. That's the opener for Animus. They get pushed out right here, but it is going to be Saturn's going big. A couple more shots on the inside of trailer as they look to find the final kill, and they do do just that. Finally, on the defensive side, Animus find a way to take a round. And given how strong they looked on the offensive side for Express, maybe not the end of the world, but once again, putting yourself in a very difficult position off the start of this one.
Definitely, and this should be the last attacking round right now, 117, and they need to play it right. Just because we've seen how well they do in the attack, but they just do so poorly when it comes to that defense. And now looking like a B push finally is going to happen, but they're going to be spotted by 2 players. The information finally comes through. There you go, Saturn's in a really good position. Boot, though, in a really precarious spot. And going to be really dangerous. Karma gets that kill. Boot goes down as well, so that's going to be huge. This aggression coming in from 117 is definitely going to be huge as they smoke off in through that tin side where no sniper coming in from Animus is definitely going to be sight them. Rasmo, though, tries to go in there for the flank, but unfortunately, Karma's going to be right there, always for the flank watch. A 1v5 situation. Almost going to be a flawless round, but Godzilla actually stops the push, but it's just going to be so hard as everyone knows where he is.
Lost that round.
Well, he finally finds his first 2 kills of the game, but it's awfully late to get started. They head on over. Offensive side incoming right here, and we'll see if that finds a way to shift the momentum for them, but only 2 rounds needed for 117 to close this down and lock in the first spot in EU Stage 4. Saze is getting aggressive right here, and he reads it perfectly. Oh, it's a bloodbath on the way to the A site, and absolutely decimated. Animus gets read like a book in maybe the fastest search and destroy round that you will see today.
Chat, please count how many seconds or milliseconds that is. I'm pretty sure it's like, what, 3-4 seconds? Please let us know in the comment section. But there you go. I mean, for Animus, you already know that they can do well aggressively on the attack, and 117 just read them like a book, especially coming in from that Express S&D. Says, goes there for the flank. Reads one, gets, doesn't really quite get that kill, but the information is down there. And that actually just allows 117 to position themselves and push back Animus just a tiny bit. And Lucky, unfortunately, is unlucky when it comes to that shot down, and Rasmo picks him off.
Yep. 2-man advantage now for Animus, but once again, you're in such a rough spot. 0 margin for error. And looking fairly predictable on the offense once again. Obviously, you make adjustments to not have your entire team obliterated, but Karma's going to be able to make the wrap here. And you've still got 2 players on the flank for 117 that you've got to deal with. Couple more for Saturns. Now only 2 Animus players remain. Karma picks up another, and all down to Shark. Animus have not been up to the task here in the firing range. Search and destroy. Caesar takes him down, and that's going to be 117 taking the dominant search and destroy win to advance to stage 4.
Where were they looking? They were both looking in separate direction, and it was such an easy 2-piece. I mean, even if they did win that round, they were still down by a lot. But wow, what a great effort coming in from 117 not found. And again, history repeats itself. And the last time they met each other, it was going to be a 3-2. And now, again, it's going to be a 3-2. It just looks like it just matters when it comes to the map choice. Because for 117 not found, they had a hard time with the new map with Express, and Animus, it's the same thing. They had a hard time when it comes to a new map Arsenal. Glitter, this was such a long round and something that we really didn't see in NA.
Yeah, I mean, you guys called how close it was going to be, because even in each individual mode up until that final S&D, it was back and forth the entire time. I mean, first it was 117 who was up, then it was Animus, and then the pendulum just kept swinging back and forth. It was incredibly good competition to watch between these 2 teams, but then in the end, 117 just, I mean, where did that come from, Bobby? They just wiped the floor with them in the final round.
I think one of the biggest things that EU has always struggled with when it comes to their search and destroy is making adjustments. They have one seemingly game plan strategy that they know how to run, but if the other team finds a way to counter it, they just have a really tough time working those other bomb sites, finding a way to push out the map control, whatever it would be, finding those opening picks. And especially if you're snipers and not finding first bloods every single time around, oh, you see an absolute bloodbath like we had on the backside of A right there. And that, once again, when you play predictable up against a team that knows your play style, that knows your go-to strategies, it can get ugly quickly.
Well, I mean, That was enjoyable. I hope the rest of the day is like that because we're in for some exciting matches if that's the case. We'll take a look back at the bracket. Like I said, we'll keep you guys updated on everything that's happening. Obviously, the match that we just watched will be updated with 117 moving their way through, coming out on top in the 3-2 fashion. But we also have an update for the lower bracket as well. You see down there at the bottom, it was Big coming out on top. That will move their way through on the bottom. And then you also see Animus will drop down, and Animus will be going up against Vive Gracia. So there's going to be some more intense matchups coming up right around the corner, but that means it's time for a short break for us while we let our players get ready for the next one. When we return, the second matchup of the day will be with Mont and Kings. That one is coming right up, so don't go anywhere, guys. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We just watched 117 and Animus battle it out back and forth in a very tough first match of the day, with 117 just barely coming out on top. Glitter Explosion, Bobby, and Mommy here as we prepare to start diving into our match number 2 of the day. And as I mentioned previously, that is going to be Mont versus Kings. So, Bobby, let's start talking about this matchup.
Yeah, this is one where I would say probably the most clear-sighted favorite whenever it comes to the European region. Obviously, Kings, not only a good team, but probably most people that have watched Europe would say the best team, especially with them picking up some of the top players from Animus over the past couple of months. They have looked pretty close to unstoppable in the majority of the big matches they played in, and they are going to be a tall task for anybody, especially a Mont team that's still looking to get some reps in this competition.
Ooh. All right, I like it. We'll talk about their rosters a little bit. We'll break down some of these players as we can talk about Kings first here, Mommy. Who really stands out to you?
I mean, it's hard to pick because all of these people are actually just huge when it comes to the play. Like what Bobby said, a lot of the Anima squad actually transferred over into Kings and Nova as well. But honestly, I'm looking at Spy because I know that this guy can definitely slay out. And I'm excited to see him just try to bring it because I need to see more of this guy. I think he was benched the last year. So I'm excited to see how he's going to be playing up against a lot of these teams. And like what Bobby did say, pretty one-sided affair here because these people have the experience of years and years of being in the competitive scene, and this team has been in the World Championship for quite a long time already.
Yeah, and we've talked about how important that experience is, Bobby, but let's also highlight them on roster.
Yeah, no question. There's talent here. And like we said, that's just the theme across the European region. Obviously, not quite as recognizable names, but you have Patron, who's been on a couple of Stage 4 rosters in the past. Looking like a lot of rookie talent, though, coming from Fahim, Zeze, and I think we may have seen Daytel in 2022 World Champs, but definitely a much less experienced team looking to get some reps. And obviously less than ideal situation for them to be getting those reps up against a team like Kings.
It will definitely be a proving grounds of sorts, to be sure. We'll have to see how they fare in this matchup. We're going to get our picks and bans up here in a moment. And while those are popping out, Bobby, you escaped the predictions last time. Obviously, you said this one's a little bit more one-sided. But let's talk specifically about the game modes when it comes to those predictions. Which do you think is going to be the strongest for Kings?
Well, I think no question the respawns are going to be their strong suit. I think especially you look at a guy like Grizz that is just an absolute slayer, and he can do it on any map, he can do it in any mode, but especially when it comes to the respawns, he's one of the toughest players to stop in Europe. You got a rookie like Raid who's looking to prove himself. The fact that somebody without any major experience, major referring to the World Championships, coming in to a team like this, the fact that they think he's talented enough to be able to compete with players that have been in World Championships, that have been in playoffs, that have been playing for top spots in those World Championships. I think his presence right here says a lot about how talented he is and what Kings think he's capable of.
I like it. And Mommy, we won't even ask you for predictions this time around because
I mean, I got it
honestly,
right the first time.
No, you were right this time. I was gonna say this. You're on a roll now. So do we even break the streak? I don't even think that we do. Now you just go out.
We're gonna keep
on
going.
Top. You want to keep going?
We're gonna keep going. I think it's gonna be a 3-0.
Okay.
But I think it might be close when it comes to that S&D because Kings are really good when it comes to those respawns, but I think their weakness could be that S&D if they are kind of careless when it comes to their pushes, knowing very well that if they just view Mont as not a serious competitor, maybe that's when we get to see it. Mont is going to be the new blood here. I'm expecting a lot coming in from them because they are here in the upper bracket. There's a reason why that they're here. But for Kings, again, they lost actually S&D in the only map that they dropped actually up against 117 not found. So maybe we get to see some highlight moments from Mont here in that search and destroy.
Ooh, okay. And we've got those picks and bans up. Bobby, do you agree?
For the most part, I agree. I think it will be a 3-0, but I do not think any of the maps will be close. If I'm being honest, I gotta be honest.
Bobby.
There's so much talent. You've got Spy, who is the best player on Nova last year. You've got Inferno, who's been one of the top players, just across Europe, every team that he's gone to. You got young talent like Raid. It's going to be a tough team to stop. I really do hope the Search and Destroy can be close. I think Europe's definitely got some work to do on their S&D, so maybe Kings going to look a little bit shaky right there, but I'm not anticipating that'll be the case.
All right, well, the game is about to get loaded up, so it's time for me to pass it off to you two. Let's get into it.
All right. Looks like we are good to go. Take off map 1. And this is definitely one that's grown on me over the last couple of years, and one that I think which by Zim are going to feel especially strong on, which is yet another reason to expect good things out of Kings on this map. They get players on the hard point early on. Fahim not going to be able to find that crucial kill, and Spy locking down the hard point time early on right here. Inferno trying to cut off those rotations and absolutely picking apart this Mont roster. They have only combined for 3 kills off the start of this one. Spy, you don't have any reinforcements to the hard point. Maybe hop back on right here. It'll continue to pick up time. And the high ground control going to be absolutely crucial. King's going to be able to maintain that still. You get LMGs set up in both top sides as Mont try to get pushed in, but Inferno picks them apart like flies. They're dropping, and Spy pushing back on in to make sure that contest time is there as they're once again picking up the hard point time.
And now they're picking up a lot of the points. They're soaking it down. And coming in for Mont, they need to go in there for that early rotation here into P2. But unfortunately, the King is going to be right there. Grizz already on that 5 spree, not dropping any kind of life whatsoever. He's going to be a really an essential piece of the puzzle here coming in from Kings and looking like a really strong team so far. But a good break coming in from Mont, though. They're able to get a lot of these kills down, flushing out the King players here. And not just that, they're also getting the more preferred spawn as well.
Yep, right now Inferno trying to cut off those rotations in through the one doorway you got access to. And the beauty of the Holger, you can spray and pray all day, and he continues to absolutely cook right now.
Oh my goodness. It's just going to be huge coming in from Grizz, again winning that gunfight. But as we get to see a little bit of an open hardpoint right now, Mont still gets a lot of the points down, and still very doable for Mont to try and get the scrap points down, but they do need to go in there for that rotation already. Player number 5, that's going to be Daytel, trying to go in there for that early rotation, but no one's going to be contesting the point whatsoever, as we do get to see Kings just soak up a lot of the scrap points down, and so far, Spy getting that 8 is definitely going to be huge for them as well. He's going to be a type of person that will try to get those slays outside of the hardpoint.
Yep. Right now it is going to be Grizz pushing on through. Mont rotated out early, but a Purifier's not going to be easy to shut down. But Fahim finds the big opener right there. Unfortunately, Spy is there for the trades. Patron left all alone, and the operators come on out. That is going to be a full clear right here as Marvel's still locking down those backside spawns as well. Right now, Kings or Grizz in the top side going to be able to shut down yet another. It has been them in the driver's seat the whole way through. Raid now popping the Sparrow. He's going to be able to find a couple more. Inferno does finally get shut down. He's been pesky on the backside, but Marvel has already got an EMP system and 15 kills. Obviously one of those super experienced players that has been at the top of Europe for a long time. And Kings continue to pick up the scrap time right here. Mont finally push on through, but it's Kings set up for next.
And it's just definitely going to be that rotation that Kings just won here in P4. And also that control in general is going to be huge as well. And Mont's going to be split into 2 right now. It's definitely going to be difficult if they don't have enough players go in right there. Their only sign of life is going to be that player number 5, and it's Daytel. Unfortunately for him, he does go down. And the firepower coming in from the Kings is definitely going to be a little bit hard coming in for Mont, because they also know their power position so well here in Takeoff.
Yep, right now Kings continue to move upward. It's Zeze trying to get the clear out, but not going to be able to find the final shots to connect. Mont does find a way to break on through, and if they can set up a spawn trap right here, might be able to do some damage, but the comms are not there. That's going to allow Marvel to continue his spree. He's now sitting on 6 as a Pred missile and a Hunter Killer locked in and ready to go, and it's once again going to be Kings moving upward right here as he's now finds himself working on an EMP system once again. Doesn't even feel the need to use those score streaks, just sitting there with them in his pocket and ready to clear out that rotation back to P1. Raid probably could have won that gunfight. Would have been a nice one to have, but regardless, you find yourselves up by 100 points heading back into P1, and that's not something you can really complain about.
And this is where Mont needs to just pick up the pace, because 144-38 is a scoreline that you don't really want to see. And now for Mont, they do have 2 operators to play with, especially when you're going to be rotating here into P2, which they'll definitely have a good time. I mean, they were able to get most of their points actually there in P2, as you get to see Jay able to get that big kill. But I mean, it's just Kings all over again, trying to get those power positions down. They're not stepping on the point really fast, as they're trying to get those anchor spots first before they actually enter into the site. And now Mont tries to step on it, but Inferno's going to be in a really good position to get those kills down. And Raid tries to get those glove kills, but unfortunately he does get taken down by Zay.
And the kill disparity is looking pretty steep right now. 2 players still in double digits for Mont. You look over at King and everybody's cooking. You got Marvel on 26, Inferno on 23, Raid continuing to slay out on the backside right there. And obviously the communication on point as well, as they get that information relayed. And they know they got those gunfights to take on the backside of the stairs. Daytel sitting on a 3 spree. Once again, trying to help Mont climb out of this gap that they've seen form. But it's quite a steep valley ahead. And they're going to be able to lock in some of this early hardpoint time over here on P2, but Patron shut down once again. 3 operators ready to go, and Kings in position to find the break here.
And now they're trying to go in there for the wraparound here in Launch Center, and unfortunately, they actually go lose that. And now they're trying to get out the Gravity Vortex, and Spy goes in there, tries to stop the push. Unfortunately, Gravity Vortex does go down. He's going to be here all alone. The rest of his teammates need to go and rotate as well, but he does get away with his life. That is such a good read coming in from him. And yes, he goes down now, but he was able to contest the spot for such a long time all by himself. And now that actually gives them enough time, and the spots are going to be in their favor, going in there for that P3 hill. And they're just going to give it away for free because they can. They're up by so much that they can definitely go in there for that defense instead here in P3.
Nice little setup for Inferno in the mid-map as well.
Capture the objective.
It looks like he's going to find the opener, but does get traded out. So Mont on their way over to P3, but the early setup looking pretty solid for Kings. They're going to have that high ground control as always. Raid just moving and grooving right now. They have not been able to touch him, and he has been so elusive on these gunfights. Picks up his 3rd in a row. Inferno does get shut down, but Spy's there for the reinforcements. And once again, Kings continuing to trend upward. No operators for either team, and when it comes to a face-to-face gunfight with no type of real advantage, especially if it's Kings rotated out early, I don't anticipate that that's going to change anytime soon. Right now, up to 200 points, trying to put Mont in the 100-point club. And Spy is just cooking right now. He's trying to set up the spawn trap as well. They make their way over to that right side, but they still can't touch him. Can't find the final kill, but my gosh, he is tearing them apart.
I mean, that's the reason why we were hyping him up, and he can definitely just shred it. And especially knowing very well that he can also play that objective, which is going to be huge. And now we get to see the rotation finally pull through early, coming in from Mont, but it's going to be 2 players that try to stop him, but then they do win those gunfights, stopping the push. And this is where Mont had such a difficult time trying to go and break, and just a few points left here for Kings to go and grab, with Grizz with a Purifier tries to stop the push, but Marvel gets that beautiful 3K, and that is just an amazing way to go in for that defense. There's going to be a break though, and Grizz goes down, and that's going to be signs of life for Mont. But how far can you actually go in there when it comes to the contest when you don't even have any kind of control when it comes to your spawns?
And Raid just so slippery, so untouchable. The War Machine comes through. He is going to drop, but Spy is there. Gravity Vortex once again, and at every turn, at every attempt out of Mont to fight back, it does not matter. Just too much from Kings, and the 3-piece to seal the deal. The rookie Raid popping off there at the end of map number 1, and that's going to be a convincing one for Kings to get things started.
I mean, Raid has been making a name for himself now, and the fact that he's going to be one of the kings among kings, because obviously this is a super star team, star-studded team, and you need to pick it up because pressure is going to be on you. You're going to be that new kid in the block, and you're going to be essentially the future of the team. And it's nice to see new names, because when it comes to the EU scene, there's just so much potential, so much untapped potential, and the fact that we have a lot more games now for Stage 3 and going into Stage 4 is definitely going to be huge. And now we get to see the highlights though. Inferno it's just every single one of the players in Kings just did an amazing job. And for me, I think Patron and Daytel were probably one of the heavy hitters coming in from Mont, but obviously these two players can't just do everything themselves.
Yep. It's, I mean, it was Kings all the way through. It was as expected, obviously, well fought out of Mont. Daytel, Patron, couple of solid performances out of them, but even when they were playing at their best, you could see the gap in the gun skill, the gap in the movement. The map controls on point, the rotations were perfect, and there's a reason that this Kings team are widely viewed as the #1 team in the European region. They showed it right there, and they're going to hope to continue to show it as we head into the Search and Destroy.
And it's just really impressive to see how dominant this team can be. And this is where we said that there might be signs of flight from Mont, because we kind of saw it a while ago with Animus. But I mean, it's just really difficult, especially knowing very well the gun skill is just not there. And hopefully they do get to play their angles correctly as we do head into that search. But we are going in for a different approach here, as we get to see the maps are going to be quite different, because yes, Express is going to be right there. But if we do get into map number 5, Tunisia is going to be played. So let's see how Mont actually plays this, especially since they're going to be on the defensive side, where we get to see some of the teams actually kind of struggle to be in.
Yep. It's snipers coming out once again. Marvel, one of the most storied snipers in the European region. I think many would argue the greatest European sniper of all time. I know that Verdict would make that argument. It's going to be Inferno, finding the first blood, and there, my gosh, snipers everywhere right now. Definitely a much slower approach off the start of this one, but it is as expected. Kings taking the advantage off the start once again, and Zay looking to find the first kill for his team. He's gonna actually find 2 right there, but it's a 1v5 in total and not a manageable one. It is going to be Kings taking round 1.
All right, count the seconds of that one, chat. Let's see if it was faster than that firing range round in our first series. But I think the firing range map was still a little bit faster, but let's see if Kings can break that again. And now they're not even picking up the bomb. They're just going in there for the kills. As you get to see Mont going in for more of a presence here in Bravo as Inferno gets that kill.
Right now, Patron on the flank, trying to find a big one. He does just that onto Inferno. And looking a little bit more steady off the start for Mont here. Typically, the search and destroy, if you're the underdog, going to be your best chance. A nice little reset after every individual round. Spy, what was that nade? I don't know how he got away right there, but he does. He's going to be able to make his way back to the head glitch to reposition. Big shots by Raid, and as expected, comes out on top right there. His gun skill, no question, one of his biggest assets in Kings with the man advantage once again. Minute passed, plant yet to go through, but everybody for Mont over on the opposite side of the map. If Kings want the plant, they can certainly get it.
Now they're slowly just going to get that information down, but no one else from Mont's going to be right there. I mean, you'd expect that after that kill from Raid, that it's going to be that A plant, and now the smoke goes down. We get to see the Mod players trying to go in there a little bit more separated, though. Get to see player number 5. Raid is going to be in a very difficult spot, as one player is going to be right on top of them, but he's going to get the sound cues down. He will play that to his advantage, and there you go. Gets a kill off of Patron. That's going to be huge for them. Looking like they're trying to secure it, but everyone else from Mont trying to go in there for the catch-up and Marvel. This is just a well-rounded team. You have flank watches. You have a really good sniper coming off of Kings. And not just that, you have people who are not even over-pushing. They're just getting a lot of these kills down. And this is a scary sign of such a really good team.
Beware the train. Okay, looks like the train is passed. Hopefully nothing to worry about for our players. Kings off to the lead as expected once again. Mont, they need Fahim and Daytel to get going right here. Jace also on a goose egg. This time, putting a little bit more of that pressure over toward the B side. Marvel going to continue to play this top little train peak. And a first blood comes through. His Spy's going to drop right there. And finally a chance for Mont to make something happen as Jace finds one onto Raid as well. Sniper is yet to find an impact in this round, and Zay, however you say it, has an opportunity to pick Grizz right here. Timing doesn't go his way though. Elcar gonna come out, but it looks like Grizz gonna be able to stay alive for the time being, and he is beaming with that Bison in hand.
And now as he's trying to deal with 3 players coming in from Mont, you get one player to try and plant it down here. Inferno, what can you do? with the right tick AMR in hand. If Mont actually isolates themselves, it's doable for Inferno to actually get that pick off. He's going to be quiet. 50 seconds left on the clock to play with. And so far, he just wants to go around. I mean, he does have the time to do so. He's just trying to get that pick and a possibility to get that flank down. And Mont's not moving. That's going to be huge for them. I mean, that's good. But with Inferno, he's in a really good spot to pick off one play. That's going to be play number 4. That's Fahim.
A lot of sliding, a lot of noise. Fahim should have the audio cues to find the pick right here, but he doesn't read it properly. Hit marker, though, from Marvel. Oh, he can't convert. What looked like an easy shot gets shut down, and Mont able to bounce back, and they do find around here in the search and destroy. Keeping things close, moves things to 2-1.
Defend the objective.
Maybe some adjustments incoming for King, and the train coming through once again. But find another victim looks like it's not meant to be, but this is as free of an A site as you're going to find if you're King.
That mid control coming in from Mont in the previous round was what won them the round, and now they need to do the same thing, but they need to worry about player number 3. That's going to be Inferno with a sniper. He's going to have such a good sight line right there. And for Kings, you're seeing them to be a little bit more cautious here, and that's going to be huge for them. Plant goes down. Everyone else in Mont probably already knows that it's going to be that A plant. They need to move right now. The rotation needs to be fast. Crucial 1v1 is going to be right there. Inferno versus Patron. And that's going to be absolutely huge if Patron actually wins that.
Right now, big gunfight for JSay. He comes out on top for that one. You still got to deal with Marvel in the top side, and one player on the inside of that train car as well. It is going to be Grizz getting spotted out, and now all down to Marvel. 1v3, but the bomb's down, and you can play time a good bit. He's actually going to hit the flank right here. Spots out one, gets away with his life. Do they peek the sniper? They do, and he makes him pay. An opportunity to clutch the 1v3. Fahim pushes through. Does he have enough time? He does. And Marvel could have backed up a tiny bit more, but not going to be able to close out that round. And Mont taking 2 rounds in a row. This one definitely not looking like a wash by any means.
There's only so much you can do in that 1v3, and that was still impressive to actually pull through. And like what we mentioned, it was actually that essential gunfight being won in the back end, and it was, I think, Inferno versus Patron, and Patron winning that, and JSay actually winning that. Just essentially, they're being really patient when it comes to their engagements. Marvel has a really good sight line, doesn't really quite get that information down, but if the timing is going to be right, he might be able to pick one off. A faster plant coming in now from the Kings. And now Spy finally plants the bomb as ZZ actually gets that sniper kill. And now a man disadvantage coming in from the Kings.
Spy, here's the gunshots from behind. Not going to be able to connect right there. And once again, Mont, man advantage. The bomb is down, but no audio cues to work with. I think Inferno sees his head, but can't quite connect right there. Raid's going to find one onto Daytel, and a chance for King to retake the lead right here. They've got to execute, though. Spy's going to be able to take down JSay. Raid finds another, and that's the final kill to retake the lead. But once again, Mont able to keep this closer than a lot of people expected it to be.
Let's see how they'll be able to adjust here, because so far, yes, they were able to bring that flank down. That's what won them the second round, and a while ago, the first round that they won, they were having more of a mid control. Now they're bringing 4 players into Bravo right now with 1 player. Inferno tries to go in there for the kill, but Fahim tries to get that kill, and he does. Patron tries to get one, gets the assist instead, but that's still going to be huge kills for them, creating so much space already for Mont.
Well, right now, they've got the man advantage. Spy's looking to equalize, but JSay drops another in the same sentence, and just like that, Raid's got a crucial gunfight on the opposite side of the map. Might be able to catch one round the corner right here, tucked away nice and tight, but the teamwork out of Mont. JSay peeks the opposite side, looking for his teammates' trade, and that's going to give them now a 3-man advantage as Spy left all alone. It seems like they've got the information on his location. Team right around that corner, and JSay going big once again. Time and time again, he's been able to win those crucial gunfights, and Mont doing a phenomenal job of staying in this one. JSay leading the way with 7 kills on the board, and maybe causing Kings to reevaluate and say, hey, we might need to take this one a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a full push, full rush rush, 5-man rush going into Bravo, but Inferno gets that kill. So as we finally go into the switch around, Kings on the defense looking like they're more comfortable here as Inferno gets his triple. Possibility to get that fourth, and Jace is going to be getting away with his life, but just a tiny bit. But Grizz is right there in a 4K for Inferno. Now that is a way for you to get around.
At some point, you got to think, hey, maybe we shouldn't peek the sniper on a head glitch, but they didn't really seem to. They didn't really seem to ever reach that assumption, and as a result, Inferno finds 4 kills that round. And once again, it's Kings back in the driver's seat, not able to find the connection for the kill. The utility gonna go out. Grizz trying to get away alive, but it's not gonna happen on that one. Patron able to take him down, and the bomb goes in Vermont right here. Inferno in that same spot. He has been getting a lot of hit markers in this round. He is going to be able to clean up the kill with the deagle in hand. Able to spot another one out, but can't quite connect. And once again, time very much an issue for Kings if they want a chance at getting this defused. Into 3v3 right here. Patron gets the better of that gunfight. Can't find the second one as Raid makes him pay, but it's all down to him. Needs a 1v2 and a defuse, and I just don't think there's enough time for him to work with. They're going to play time to perfection. Fahim finds the kill, and once again, we're tied back up.
We're close. We're close. I like seeing this. This is signs of life for Mott, and it looks like that S&D is somewhere very comfortable for them. And the fact that, yes, Inferno's getting a lot of these kills, but they were able to adjust slightly and really fast communication when it comes to their end. And there you go. Inferno again in this favorite spot gets 1 kill. ZZ down, 1 sniper off of Mont. And for Inferno, he needs to be stopped in this position. I mean, there needs to be a way for Mont to adjust again, because it's looking like the Kings are just doing the same anchoring spots, especially coming in from Inferno. He's creating so much space for Kings to actually just defend in the B site.
Surprised we haven't seen any A pushes with how untouchable Inferno has looked on that head glitch with the Rytech in hand, but it looks like they're going to go with the exact same push, maybe a slightly different look as they won't push the bottom side, and the kills start to come through for Mont. So they're going to be able to get some map control locked down on this side as well, and that Marvel not going to be able to connect right there. Bomb does go down and into a 2v5 or Kings. Just have not been able to build any type of a lead in this one. Raid, spraying and praying, but that is not a task that you really want the Switchblade for, and it's really all on to Marvel to find some picks to open this one up. Does find the first one. Cannot find the second, at least not quite yet. He gets taken down around the corner. And once again, Mott find a way to tie things up. And this definitely feels like we might be on our way to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, that was the adjustment that we needed from Mont. The fact that they didn't really push the left side of mid. They went to stairs instead. And for Kings, it looks like they're being played into more of Mont's play. And now for ZZ, almost gets second, but Marvel gets the best of him.
Yep, lots of opening kills right here. It's going to be 3v3. Spy on the inside of that center building does get taken down, and now it's double snipers trying to take down the rest of these Mont players. I think Daytel's going to be able to get that kill without being spotted out. Marvel, no eyes on, and Inferno just shy of the first opportunity, but makes it count when it matters most. Not going to be able to get the second one right there, and snipers continue to push in toward the mid-map. Both Mont players just going to be looking to hold those tight corners and wait for the audio cues. Seems like Marvel should have the information and try to bait out a push right here. He's going to go ahead and opt to stick it. Jace finds the kill right there, and now all down to Inferno. Switchblade versus the Deagle. That one's not going to go your way too terribly many times, and now Mont in the lead and on the brink of taking map 2.
My goodness. And this is what we love to see. Okay, when it comes to Mont and this S&D game, they're doing an amazing job, especially going to that Bravo side. And now it looks like Kings want to go for a different approach and possibly going in for more of a mid push, splitting the team up. Inferno this time doesn't get a lot of those kills down, but the information does go down. Fahim only gets 1 kill. And now ZZ actually goes in there, evens things out. And now Marvel going to be in the same spot where Inferno was at. And so far, he does win that. Jace goes down. Gonna have to worry about 2 players, so he needs to be careful, and he does. So that's gonna be huge for him.
Oof. Easy been so good with the Locust in hand. He's not going to be able to find those second kills, though. It looks like we're on our way to overtime as Kings take round 12. And a very back and forth affair. I don't think either team has led by more than one round the entire way through.
Yeah.
And at this point, I have no idea what to expect because it just seems like a 50-50 every single round.
That's great. This is the Call of Duty mobile action we love to see. Marvel wins that essential gunfight, and it's always the side of Kings that actually wins that side here in departures or arrival side. Doesn't matter, they just win it. Patron is in a really good position to get one, possibility to get another one, but Inferno right there for the trade. And now we're slowing things down just a tiny bit. If you are going to be Mont, you already had your advantage, but you're so many people down. 3 men down. Kings have 4. And now let's see what kind of push Mont will be trying to get. Because so far, they need to play together as a team. Everyone else from Kings just needs to push back a little bit. And it's the attacking side where the Kings actually just do a better job.
Oh, beautiful spot right here for Grizz, but he's not going to be in position to get the kill. And Daytel's able to pick off Raid on the inside of that rail car. Right now, 2 players remain for Mont as they definitely have a chance to take this one, but they have to execute perfectly. And with Grizz on the backside, it's not going to be easy to deal with. ZZ not going to be able to find that one, and the hit marker onto Grizz. Inferno makes Daytel pay. And now King's back in the lead as they're looking to shut this one down. Seems like maybe focusing up a little bit more. You know, sometimes in those early rounds, you feel like it's an easy game. Yeah, you start to mess around a little bit. You don't take things as seriously. It seems like they're starting to lock in right here. And if you're Mont, you got to throw everything you got at it and see what sticks. CZ, big up and coming gunfight, but the smokes go out. It's going to be all in the close range. Daytel doesn't come through on that gunfight. Fahim takes himself down with what I can only assume is a nade. And that is a quick final round as Kings find a way to clean things up. And they take map 2 as well.
That was very impressive coming in from Mont. They were so good when it comes to the attacking round, but it seems like they're just so one-dimensional every single time, especially in that last round where you've never tried planting into Alpha, and that just gives a little bit more of an advantage to Kings, knowing very well that they're also going to be trying to go for that B push. And now as we get to see the replay, Kings doing an amazing job, and this is probably like the biggest lead that we've seen with Kings with a 2, and that is just, that's it. Every single round, like what you mentioned, Bobby, it's just been 1.
Beautiful shots at a Marvel. Nearly had the 1v3 right there, but the snipers definitely own the map for Kings. Inferno coming through big, and we've not seen him, at least in past champs, in that sniper role a whole lot, but obviously with the band of the SKS switching up roles a little bit and definitely playing a big one. 12 kills through that one. Is we do have Kings coming out on top in map number 2 and heading into map 3. Obviously, the side that you pick going to play a big role, but with the way the first respawns went, do you anticipate we're going to see any type of a different result?
Well, I feel like when it comes to that control game, it will matter if you are going to be starting when it comes to that defense, because we've seen already in that first game whoever was on the defense, and right now for raid control, yes, we have better spawns now, but what we've seen in Hardpoint was a masterclass coming in from the Kings. But we did see that Mont, especially with the guidance of their snipers in the long range, which you can definitely use here in raid, is going to be a huge play. And now it's a matter of, will we see any kind of util usage from Mont? Because so far in S&D, we didn't really see much of that. The smokes were just not there. Inferno just kept on getting the same shots in the same spot. No util or smoke whatsoever coming in from Mont, and they need to bring out all of the stops here. They need to gas it up. They need to go on 100 here on this control and not be 3-0'd by Kings.
Well, it looks like Mont are going to have the defensive side to start. That's going to give them some type of advantage, but Marvel reads both of those initial pushes to perfection. Make it 3. Can he make it 4 right here? He has not had anybody to contest so far. A couple kills do finally come through, and Mont in position to contest over here on the A side. Patron trying to keep the mid-map cleared. He's going to find at least one right there, but does get traded out by Inferno as, man, He and Marvel have just been absolutely nightmares to deal with the Rytech in hand. This is something we've seen a good bit in Garena, is pulling out the Rytech just because of the combination of the rate of fire, the ADS speed, the amount of damage that it does, and it's definitely paid off so far for Kings as they find themselves up 6 lives.
And definitely going to be an important, gun for those respawns. We've seen the likes of Almighty actually use this gun a lot. And so it's nice to see different regions also adapt the same thing. And so for Mont, you are down when it comes to the lives and you're on the defensive side. It's just Kings is just overwhelming them so much. It really is those snipers that are making the huge difference because they're creating space by getting those kills. But they also have those follow-ups in the form of Grizz, in the form of Raid that will just go in there, guns ablazing into the flag.
Well, we do see the A capture come through for Kings. Now working on B. Have not been able to get the outer side of ring cleared out, but Spy, big gunfight win, and with the smokes through, not many angles for Mont to work with right here. Is if you're Kings, you got to clear out Jay. That's a nasty head glitch to work with, and he gets the better of the gunfight, but the lives continue to dwindle, and you've got to get Spy cleared out of this objective. The Rytechs continue to deal that damage, continue to clear off the lives, and definitely a very passive Rytech build as well, I'm assuming, for flinch control or whatever it is. But a couple big kills come through for Mont right here. Is definitely not over. They've got some solid control over here on the B side. If you're Kings, all you got to do, slow things down, try to hit more of a flank right here, as these Mont players are super grouped up.
And they're trying to get that top laundry control, which is definitely going to be an essential spot to have. But with 5 to 11, it's still very doable for Mont to try and pick off, but they do need help when it comes to those snipes. And it's just going to be that one person that'll try to go in there for the long-range shots. But unfortunately for them, it's just the snipers are a little bit too overwhelming. No one from Mont actually has that sniper down, and so far they're just struggling when it comes to the gunfights. And they're supposed to have a little bit more of an advantage, but obviously at a map like this, I feel like it's a little bit more even when it comes to the attacking and the defensive sides.
Yep. And we've already got 3 operators charged up and ready to go for Kings. I mean, you've already taken the offense, so I don't see any reason to feel the need to try to save those for the next round, especially if you're able to get them charged up that quick. We do see the life advantage going the way of Kings once again. Daytel on the inside of the point, able to clear off 1, but does get traded out. Mont keeping things fairly even right here. We're starting to see some of those different spawns here on the raid control, as well as some of those additional spawn points have been added, especially when you are on the defensive side. And Raid's going to be able to get things cleared out here on the inside of the B side. He's waiting for the Mont players to make a push right here. They're not going to spot him out on the opposite side, but he's so elusive, so slippery. They can't find a way to spot him out. Finally, Jay takes him down, but it's Inferno pushed all the way into spawn of Mont, trying to dwindle that life lead as quickly as possible.
Yep, and it's just so difficult for Mont. It's just they can't really have 2 steps forward when Kings are always there every single angle. It's just like they're vermins, just trying to get a lot of kills as fast as possible. And for Mont, they don't know where to look because everyone else from Kings are in such a good position right now. And as what we saw a while ago, I feel like for Mont, they're just good at a slow-paced game. But for the Kings, they're just so momentum-based. They know how to perform under that pressure. And as we get to see 19 and 5 with 32 seconds on the clock, and for Mont, they need to make a way into at least one of the sides, but they're just being pushed right now at spawn.
Hey, there's just no map control right now. They're not able to win the gunfights. They're down 15 lives, and they've got no objectives captured. This is the King show all the way through. ZZ, the 1 life remaining, he gets absolutely snapped on by Raid. And it's going to be Kings now up 2-0 and looking like they are well on their way to stage 4. Inferno working with full streaks. Marvel with 13. Spy with 13. Raid with 16. Anytime that you got Grizz as your bottom fragger, that's a great sign for Kings. You are firing on all cylinders, and full sending things here on over to A to see if they can win this one based on the objectives. We've not seen it actually be a factor so far, but looks like they're in a good spot to get things started here.
The snipers are just having a frenzy here right now for Kings. And now for Mont, All they need to do is to try to rely on ZZ for the long-range engagements with that LK-24, which is one of my favorite guns right now to actually come up in the World Championships here in Stage 3. And now, second tick of progress already going down for the Kings, and it's just going to be a little bit easy for them as Marvel gets that beautiful double, just providing so much defense in such a far spot, and that just absolutely gives them so much more time to rotate as well.
Raid is still untouchable. He's sitting on 7 right now. Finally gets spotted out. It is going to be Kings hopping both objectives right here, getting some progress onto B. Not as much of a life lead as they had in the past ones, but once again, the offensive side, not quite as easy to build those anyway. J-Say finds one before getting traded out. And Sprizz on the objective once again. Inferno there to reinforce, and the Rytex just continue to be a nightmare for Mon. Trying to get Marvel cleared out of this top side, not going to be able to convert on the first one. And Daytel pre-firing away, but takes a Bison to the side, and once again, Kings back in the driver's seat.
I mean, it's just really that lack of that snipers from Mon that is really the hardest, because you get to see Marvel, you get to see Inferno just create a lot of those kills on the long range, and Raid gets that beautiful 2-piece with that Preddy. And that's going to be huge for them, and they're just one tick of progress away here in A with so much of time left and so much life as well. And now it seems like it's going to be a fast 3-0 here in Control, and the possibility to get that 3-0 as well in the whole series, as they're just trying to flush out a lot of the players down. One big push left coming in from Mon, and they can try to stop it, but Marvel is going to be right there for that defense. And there you go, 3-0 here in Control, 3-0 here in the series. And Glitter, what was the prediction yet again here? Because I see a 3-0, and there was a possibility for that Mont win in that S&D, and so far we're on a roll.
Listen, they had a moment, okay, where they looked really good, like you said, but you are crushing it today. You just needed a little bit of a warm-up on the predictions, got the score lines down, getting the winners predicted the right way. We're gonna have to see if you can continue that now for the last 2 matches of the day. Okay, we've made it through the first half, and I'm excited to see what you can do. But Bobby, let's go back and walk through some of these highlights.
I gotta give credit where credit's due. Beef Mommy said that the search and destroy was gonna be close, and the search and destroy was close. you were right, and I was wrong. You get the win in that head-to-head matchup. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was Kings all the way through. I think maybe not completely serious in the search and destroy, but they absolutely locked things in the Control. A 3-0 when you're starting on the offensive side is not an easy thing to do, and they lock in their spot in Stage 4.
They didn't want to leave anything to chance, which means that so far on the day, we have 2 of our teams that have secured their spot all the way through to our challenge season. So we'll take a look at the brackets so you guys can see that reflected up top. First match of the day, in case you missed it, it was 117 that made their way through. And now after match number 2, it is Kings in that 3-0 fashion making their way through, which means Mott still has an opportunity here. They will drop down to that lower bracket, and we'll see them going up against Team Mobility GG sometime tomorrow. Okay, so that'll be a match that we can focus on tomorrow. But also a second update for that lower bracket. I had mistakenly said that it was Big that made it through. It's actually Venturion that made their way through on that lower bracket, waiting to see who will drop down and face them tomorrow, as well as Lethal Esports waiting for that as well. And those will be the losers of our next 2 matches. But if match number 2 is done, that means it's time for another quick break for us. When we come back, it'll be our 3rd matchup of the upper bracket of the day. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we just watched Kings close out our second match of the day in a decisive fashion, which means that we're just going to keep things moving and start talking about match number 3. All right, that's going to be between Zidium and Exclusive. Mommy, what can we expect from this matchup?
Oh, I mean, I feel like it could be close. I mean, for me, I think it's going to be Exclusive that might have a little bit of an upper hand. By a little bit, maybe a lot of bit, because you get to see Veer, Creed, and all of these names, Nova already, Animus as well. So you get to see really talented players here in Exclusive, and they were one of the top teams to actually have here in the EU region. So I'm excited because, you know, Zidium also going to be impressive, but how far they've gone into the competition, we'll see in this matchup. I feel like the underdogs right now actually have a good storyline. We've seen teams like Mont try to battle it out up against the Kings and kind of give them a hard time when it comes to the S&D. So I'm looking, I think, a 3-1 here.
Ooh, okay, a 3-1, 3-1. Bobby, let's start talking about the rosters. We'll start with Exclusive. Tell us about these players.
I mean, this is a team that is definitely very newly formed, but a lot of talent across the board and a lot of players that I think actually all players that have seen stage 5 at one point or another. Obviously, look at Balance, who is on that stamina roster from last year. You got Neil from Nova, Creed and Veer performances, I believe, in stage 5 with the Navi roster in 2021. So across the board, a lot of experience, definitely very talented. And like Beef Mommy said, I would probably give them an edge in this one. I do think this is going to be another close one. I think the series will be somewhat similar to what we saw between Animus and 117. And I would not be surprised if we saw them at 5.
Okay, all right. Well, that means it's going to be close either way. We'll talk about Zidium's roster next, Mommy. Let's take a look at some of these players.
All right. I mean, for Zidium, I feel like they've been in quite the middle of the pack when it comes to the EU region, because we see similar names already. Honestly, I'm looking at Afer right now. He was able to shred it last year, and he had so much impact when it comes to those plays. And obviously, he was in Zidium already. Most of them actually are into that original Zidium lineup. I think the only one that I'm looking at is Denicio coming in from Axibite. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting how we get to see it. I think the oldest player that we have here is actually Jazz. Been a long player already, was a player for Asilium, which is honestly a team that I think is one of the top teams before during their time. So again, a lot of these newcomers come along and try to make a name for themselves, but I think Exclusive does have a little bit of an edge, but I want to see a fighting chance from Zidium.
All right, well, we'll get those picks and bans up on the screen here in just a moment, and we'll get an opportunity to talk through and see if you're right about the S&D or if it will be a full 5 maps. I mean, we got a little bit of a break from the long match in the last one, but if this is going to be another close one, Bobby, how close is the real question? Will it be that same type of pendulum swing that we saw where in the very first match of the day, where it just back and forth between both teams until the very last moment?
I would like to believe so. I think if it's going to happen, it's largely going to hinge on the performance of Afer. No question, one of the most talented players that we'll watch, but he has been seen as a streaky player in the past. So it's a question of if he can really step up and lead the way for the Zidium roster. I think the overall talent pool the ceiling is much, much higher for that Exclusive roster, but I know they've been dealing with some roster changes as well. So at the end of the day, it all comes down to team chemistry. And if Zidium are feeling a little bit more comfortable, might be able to make it happen. I don't think it's going to be quite as close as the first map, though, or first series.
Yeah, well, we can see what we've got going on here, Mommy, with those picks and bans. Did anything jump out at you?
Well, one thing that I'm excited for is going to be Meltdown, but it wasn't there. Unfortunately, it was banned. And we get to see the same thing happening right over here. Oh, no, it's not banned. Slums in Tunisia are banned. So we get to see a Meltdown for map number 2 in S&D. So I'm really excited for this one because for the teams that are fairly new, they probably did not have that Meltdown experience like 2 years ago into competitive. So I'm excited to see this map being played again here. We saw it in NA, and now we get to see it in EU.
All right, well, let's see how it plays out. Match number 3 is ready to go right around the corner, so let's jump into it.
All right. Should be a good one. Obviously, this is a little bit more of a different story. You know, the old talent versus the new talent is Zidium coming into this, maybe not quite as many recognizable names just because of not as many major performances. But like we said, Afer, one of those incredibly talented players. We've got yet another Arsenal hardpoint. We've seen this one snowball out of control early many times before. We'll see if Zidium have what it takes to keep things close. I think if they can keep things close in the hardpoint, you find a way to take the search and destroys, anything is possible. We'll see what Afer can do on this initial entry. It's going to be a heavy contest right here as he wins that opening gunfight.
There you go. Big kills coming in from him. Already 2 in a row. Funnels out a lot of the players coming in from exclusive, and everyone else from his team's going to be right there. He's in a good spot. He knows where people are going to be spotting off. That is great map knowledge right there. And now we get to see a lot of the time Zidium's actually winning a lot of those gunfights, and Afer finally goes down as Champy's actually going to be able to take him down. We get to see a back and forth from both of these teams, which is what we like to see. I mean, for Zidium, yes, you got a lot of the points down in the first half of this hill, but they're not sustaining a lot of it, even though they do have control of the power positions. They just are not stepping it at the later half, and knowing very well it's going to be scrap points right there, going more to the favor of exclusive. The rotation needs to pull through coming in from Zidium.
Well, very, very 50-50 so far on P1. Afer definitely going in so far. 5 kills on the board, sitting on a 2 spree. Legacy pulling out the red dot Fennec, and maybe not quite the right spot for the boxing gloves. Map control going to be crucial here heading into P2. Champion a nice spot, trying to get that top platform cleared out, and that is a crucial 2-piece. Exclusive now in a perfect spot to start racking up this hard point time. Champion the top side has been untouchable, sitting on a 5 spree right now, right around the corner. The movement is too much. Afer did not know what to do with that, and he is beaming left and right, sitting on an 8 spree, making a 9 spree. Don't let him get too close. But you can't try to take those far gunfights either, and right now they are trying to get him knocked off these streaks, but it doesn't seem like they've got much of a shot with the way that he's beaming right now.
I mean, we hyped him up earlier, and now he's just really proven it, man. You said he was streaking. Looks like this streak is definitely going to be a positive one. And now he's getting a lot of these kills down. Not just that, he's trying to farm those score streaks and operators as well. And so far, I mean, exclusive is still winning a lot of the gunfights. So even though Afer is actually creating a lot of that space, they're not utilizing it very much. And exclusive already is into that next hard point. And now for Zidium, they're just trying to play that catch up. And especially with that Preddy coming in from Champy, it's just going to be stopping the push right now of Zidium, and with Veer going in there, unfortunately not able to utilize that Sparrow really well.
Yep, exclusive have built on this lead big time, and I think especially with them having the positioning that they have here on P3, opportunity for them to build, but one of those operators gets wiped off. It's going to be only balance left to reinforce. I take it back. You got the whole team here. 1 player spawning bottom side for Zidium, but not going to be able to win that gunfight. Afer is going to be the one that gets shut down, and exclusive continue to move upward. Zidium do find the break. Obviously, early rotations once again for both of these teams as they head toward P4. Champion the window side should be able to get some crucial information. That's a gunfight that you've got to win. Fortunately for him, Creed is there to clean things up. And right now, Zidium getting a bigger chunk of that scrap time than I really expected them to. Afer's going to get spotted out by Champy as well. And he has been the man on this map so far with 17 kills on the board.
And he's in a really good spot to get a lot of these kills down. And for Zidium, though, they do have the operators to try and go and break this hill, and everyone else from exclusive is actually going to be running dry when it comes to those operators. So that's going to be huge on them, but it doesn't really matter because Neil's going to be holding it down. For Activision, Denisho's asking you going to get that 2-piece. That's going to be huge for them, but still no break whatsoever coming in from Zidium. It's like they're getting these gunfights, but they're not able to sustain it enough for them to actually get a lot of these points down into the hard point.
Well, the contest comes through for Zidium right here. Lots of smokes, lots of chaos, and it's exclusive taking control for the time being, but continues to be a back and forth affair as Jazz going to get shut down on that ladder climb. And exclusive now up to a 75-point lead. Flashbang is too much for Jazz to handle. LK continues to beam. It is going to be Afer shutting down Creed right there. But across the board, just way more consistency for this exclusive roster. Afer having a solid performance, but 3 players still in still in single digits for Zidium, and it is just a little bit too much to deal with on the exclusive side, especially with Champy popping off the way that he is. We see some of those operators coming out. Zidium looking to find their first full 60. They got control for right now. They got to get Creed cleared out the backside, and that's a big sparrow for Creed. Finds a 3-piece and trying to see if he can find a few more. Should be ready for those rotations, but it looks like he's going to get shut down by Veer. Now an opportunity for Exclusive to contest once again.
Oh, that's going to be huge coming in from Exclusive. I mean, they're doing such an amazing job at just getting all of these gunfights down. The rotation is going to be key as well, but also anchoring down those really essential spots. And again, coming in from Zidium, you only have 2 players going in there for those big gunfights. A4 obviously going to be such an impact. And to be honest, that's going to be something that we saw last year. He was usually making the plays, but for now, it just seems like it's being the same thing. Everyone else in his team needs to step it up and needs to get those really big engagements. Kree, on the other hand, also is going to be one of those playmakers for his team, but I feel like they need to find a way to step on it.
Yep. Right now, Neil in the backside just trying to stay alive. Afer with the claw, not able to connect, and doesn't know that Champy's in that window behind him. Once again, an opportunity for Exclusive to get big value. He's been so difficult to kill so far. Balance stepping up in a big way as well. He's a player that hasn't been as consistent as I think a lot of people would like for him to be in the past, but sitting on 21 and continuing to build here for Exclusive. This is a nasty dynamic duo as Champy continues to beam, and they just do not have an answer for him. Afer doing everything he can. He's on 23, but he gets shut down on the inside of the hard point as well. Zidium do find a way to get a big chunk of scrap time right here, and a big gunfight on the top side for Creed. Should have information for the audio cues, but Afer shuts him down, doesn't get traded out either. And if they can get this top side control, we may see their first full 60 come through. One player on the bottom side in Neil that you got to clear out. But outside that, Zidium in a good spot here on P2.
Yeah, I mean, they do have that control here in batteries. You do have that upper hand, but you still have Exclusive stepping on the spot. So you get to see Zidium actually get a lot of these kills from afar, but not enough to actually go and step on, contest the hard point. And now Exclusive still getting a bunch of these kills, and the spawns are going to be flipped as we do get to see Exclusive get that battery control. They do have the upper hand of getting more of the height down, the verticality when it comes to batteries, and just getting 29 seconds left here. And Zidium tries to go in there for the contest, but Exclusive is just a little bit too good when it comes to anchoring those spots, as Champy is still on a rampage.
Gosh, he's on 35 right now. He has just been on a different level. And poor Afer and Creed just have not had the help that they've needed so far. Jazz, Legacy, Denicio struggling behind significantly, and especially when you're dealing with a player like Champy who's double positive right now, getting some hard point time as well. You look at Neil, not only 16 kills, but he has so much hard point time to his name that you can't really knock him for it at all. And especially with the big kill that he had from the bottom side of P2 to start flipping those spawns for Exclusive. His role in this one is likely going to get overlooked just because of how hard his teammates have been slaying out. Looks like Exclusive going to look to flood through that mid entryway right there. They get shut down in the first couple, but Balance comes out on top with a big one, and Champy finds another. Looks like Exclusive another chance to clear things out and find a break.
And there you go. When it comes to getting the points down, Zidium was able to finally catch it, but obviously with Exclusive, they do have the more favorable spawn right now. That's going to be Garden Control, but you do get to finally see Zidium try to get those scrap points. But just as I said that, we get to see Neil try to go in there for that kill as well. It's going to be one more player. That's going to be one more kill. Balance with a 27, Champy with a 41. Everyone is doing a phenomenal job on the side of Exclusive when it comes to those kills, but slowly but surely, Afer's going on a rampage. He has that 3K down. Not only that, let's see if the rotation is going to be right there too. They do have that control on the left side of batteries. They only have to worry about one more player. And also Creed is going to be right there for that window control, but he is going to be smoked out, which is huge. This is where we get to see Zidium try to catch up.
Zidium desperately need a full 60 right here. They've got the players set up on the inside. They're spawning close as well. And Champy takes himself down with, I believe, either a Sparrow or a War Machine. And with the way that he's playing so far, it's a little bit surprising to see. but it doesn't even matter. His teammate's still going to find a way to break back in, and Neil, just like that, back in the hard point. He's already got 3 minutes in the hill. Champy's going to get pushed back in. They re-secure those spawns on the close side. Jazz trying to push on through with the Purifier in hand. Veer wins an initial gunfight, but it is going to be Zidium breaking back in here, at least prolonging this back to a P1. Right now, exclusive, only in need of 11 more points to find a way to win this one. I take it back, not a P1. It's going to be a P5. I'm still learning to count these. It's a little new to me, but right now, exclusive set up nicely to go ahead and end this one, and it's going to take a miracle push out of Zidium to stop it.
And looking like Zidium's actually going to be spawning off here in Gorilla Base, but Exclusive knows very well where to position themselves because the power position is here into F. You got that one down just in case they spawn off into P3 as well. But there you go. Exclusive doing a really good job at knowing where the spawn points are. The rotation is going to be key. They're winning a lot of the gunfights, but you see Kree and Afer just try to carry their team when it comes to the gunfights. And yes, they're creating that space to go in, but no one's going in. I mean, they're having so much hard time trying to contest the hard points.
I think people underestimate how much of a team game Call of Duty Mobile is. Like, there's only so much that one player can do. If you got those objective players, but they're not winning their gunfights on the inside of the hard point, then it's not going to matter at the end of the day. And across the board, Exclusive just looked like a more well-rounded team. Like, obviously, you had Champy popping off in a big way, ended up with 45 plus. But Neil didn't have a ton of kills, but he was winning the gunfights when it mattered and picking up some of those tougher kills to find on the inside of the hard point. He had well over 3 minutes on the inside of that hard point and played a huge role in the way that Exclusive were able to dominate that map.
We love an OBJ King, and honestly, OBJ players are my favorite because, yes, they don't get a lot of those kills down, but they get the high-impact kills, and they worry about the rotation, all of that, the anchors. Okay, now we're going to be slowing things down after seeing that hardpoint game and knowing very well that Exclusive is pretty much on point when it comes to their hardpoint matchup, and also the fact that they're very much knowledgeable when it comes to Arsenal. And this is kind of like a theme that we keep seeing. This is the 3rd Arsenal map that we've seen, and so far when it comes to hardpoint, it's the most chosen map right now for NA and also for EU. And so now you need to find a way to learn that map, because here in Stage 3, you already knew from months ahead that Arsenal's going to be played. So looking like for Exclusive, they're more prepared. But for now, we're going in for that Search and Destroy, which again is still going to be in a more unorthodox map that a lot of people haven't really played yet in competitive, which is going to be Meltdown.
Yep, definitely one of my all-time favorites. Excited to see how these two teams play it. I'm expecting Zidium try to slow the pace down, try to get the rest of the players involved. Obviously, Afer, by far the best player on that map, but once again, it's a team game, and you got to find ways to get other players involved. You can dictate the pace of the game a little bit more when it comes to the Meltdown, Search and Destroy, depending on if you want to take those longer engagements on that generator side, or if you want to hop into the pizza slice and try to get things nice and aggressive. So we'll see what they're bringing to the table, but definitely feels like a must-win map right now for Zidium. You don't want things to slip out of your control too quickly. We'll see what they can do here in the Meltdown, Search and Destroy.
Ah, yes, like what you said, this is a really good map for SND, because if you want to be aggressive, you go to Pizza, and if you want to do more long-range engagements, you go for the other side, which is going to be Generator. And as we get to see a more aggressive approach actually coming in from Bravo, there's going to be just one player coming in from Exclusive that will try to give that information down. And let's see, Balance. Gonna try to go in for that mid-map control and possibility for the flank. And that's gonna be absolutely dangerous for Zidium if they allow to do that.
Got to clear out Kree on this inside angle. Neil's going to find the opener onto Legacy, and bye-bye Kree. Already 2 players, make it 3 players down now for Zidium. They are getting absolutely torched, and it's all down to Jazz. Not a single kill. That bomb was defused as fast as can be. And with the way that one looked, I'm anticipating that we're probably going to see an A push off the start of this one for Zidium. That was not a pretty hold off on the retake.
Yeah, I mean, they just lost when it comes to the flanks as well. Yes, they did have the flank watch, but unfortunately for them, didn't really sustain it. Again, we get to see Zidium push over into that Bravo site, and for now, we get to see Exclusive just give it away, but they know very much that it's definitely going to be that B push. Player number 5, yet again, we get to see Balance try to go in there, but instead of going for the flank, he does go in there for mid. And so far, they have 2 people actually at the flank. Denisio gets that first opening pick.
Ooh, Neil needed that shot, not able to connect. Denisio holding down the sniper's nest, but nobody there to be found. He's got 1 player pushing down below. It's Balance. Floods through and leaves things all down to Kree, and Jazz has hopped across. Nice little angle to work with, but he's not going to be able to close out the kill. Nice angles for the Zidium players, and all down to Creed as Jazz slides the corner. Zidium bounce back. They make some adjustments over here on the generator side. They find a way to tie things up 1-1 as looks like it is going to be an absolute battlefield over there on the B side.
I feel like it was a lack of that flank that Zidium just was able to win it. Exclusive didn't have that flank like Balance did a while ago, and so far that's going to be huge for them. And now we do get to see the same exact thing. Zidium rushing towards the B side, but Champ is going to be right there, too close for comfort. Possibility to get that second, but not really quite getting it, as we do get to see Creed just having a little bit of a hard time there, but still able to get away with his life. Still going to be a little bit even. Zidium still very doable. Plant goes down, but Afer goes down as well. It's essential. Oh, just like I said, the plant was going down. It actually got stopped right now by Balance. And that's going to be huge for them. And Creed gets that final nail in the coffin. And now Exclusive up 1 round.
It just feels like every single European team that we watch in Search and Destroy has 1 play that they run on the offensive side, and they do it every single time. We're seeing a slightly different look here, but once again, it's Zidium full sending on over to the B side and hoping they can get that insta-plant and hold off on the retake. Right now, Veer's going to get shut down, does get traded out, but Legacy going to get absolutely obliterated by Champy. He doesn't hear Jazz in time on the top side, and it's going to be Exclusive with the man advantage. Once again, Jazz in a nice spot, but Balance had the better angle, and all down to Denisio. He does not have the bomb in hand, and it is in a nasty spot. He's got a sniper in hand. He's got some work to do ahead with 3 remaining Exclusive players.
Zidium tried to go in for the flank watch, but I feel like the positioning that they had was just a little bit too far. They had 1 person in control in that 2F spot, exactly where Denisio was. But unfortunately, no one from Exclusive is right there, because the information was given that a lot of the Zidium players, majority of them, are going to be into that Bravo site again. And so now we need to see some sort of adjustment coming in from Zidium, knowing very well that there's another site right there, and they could possibly go through mid to B instead and try to win those gunfights, because right now it's pretty much a one-dimensional play coming in from Zidium.
Yeah, I would like to see them slow things down a little bit, play a little bit more passive, throw a look toward A, whatever you need to do to stop being as predictable as you are, because Exclusive has absolutely found a way to counter 3 out of the 4 times, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Sit back, see if your snipers can find some picks. You don't really have any presence on the inside of this A site. You sit back, get players set up in the off angles, and see if you can at least change the pace of this one. Nobody spotted out quite yet. Bomb the hands of Legacy.
Grenade out.
Right now, the setup for Exclusive looks pretty nasty. Jazz right on the outside of that exit. Don't think Balance is going to be heading out anytime soon. If you're Zidium, obviously you want to change up the pace a little bit, but you've got to throw a look of some kind on this offensive side. Veer absolutely should have been able to hit that one, and that would have been a huge kill to change the pace of the round. But once again, Zidium continue to sit back and wait for that first kill to come through.
So far, Zidium needs to find a pick first on either side, because they could definitely rotate into Alpha if we do get to see that 1 person, Jazz, try to get 1 play that will try to overextend from Exclusive. And there you go, Chappie gets that first pick. That's going to be dangerous. Denisio gets the trade, though. And now everyone else coming in from Exclusive is actually going to try to go and rotate. And Jazz is still very patiently waiting on the right side. But Balance is going to check the corner. But Jazz still wins the gunfight. And now will we see Zidium try to go in there for the turnaround? But no, they still stay on the same side. slowing it down, but everyone else coming in from Zidium is going to be far away as Jazz loses that gunfight, and slowly but surely Neil is able to put that. And you know what? I mean, that's going to be a good play from Zidium. I just feel like it just took a little bit more time. It took too long this time.
Yeah, it was, they changed the pace, but they still didn't really want to commit to a play. They kind of sat back and waited for the kills to come through. And to be honest, it should have been one-sided for exclusive a lot earlier on, but Veer missed a pretty easy pick to open that one up. So exclusive still maintain and build upon that lead. Creed sitting on 7-1 so far. They have not been able to answer the call that he's put out, and oh my gosh, they changed the pace, and it does not pay off. Neil, juicy three-piece right there. Can't quite find the fourth, but he's looking to take down Jazz, and he does exactly that. Might be able to find an ace if the timing is right. Afer on the inside of A, trying to stay alive, trying to pull off a miracle, but a 1v4 doesn't seem to be in the cards. Creed gets spotted out right there. Now into the 1v3. I don't know if they're trying to feed Neil the ace. Neil's gonna get shut down, and now the 1v4 drops into a 1v2.
If it's going to be one last play from Zidium, it would be Afer, but he does get spotted. Tries to go for the turn on. Obviously, they're going to be using their numbers to their advantage, and Champy just finishes it. And Neil almost gets that. Honestly, they were probably feeding the ace, but you know what? I would be the good teammate that will also give it. They also had the numbers to their advantage, so you know what? Maybe we can try to have some fun with it. But Zidium struggling in this meltdown. It's just exclusive, just doing such a good job at adjusting when it comes to the pace, because obviously they were at the defensive side, and now we're finally looking at the attack for exclusive.
Oh my gosh, big shot by Veer. He and Neil combined for 2, and that's going to be a quick plant coming through for exclusive. I was hoping maybe we were going to see a different result here in the search and destroy than in the hard point, but at every turn, exclusive have had an answer for every different look. Creed? Not sure what happened right there. You know, maybe he his foot got stuck on a ledge or something, but it is still only going to be 2 players remaining for Zidium. Now all down to Legacy. Neil looked like he was going to spot him out, but Balance is the one picking up the kill as exclusive, now 1 round away from taking the 2-0 lead in the series.
They're doing an amazing job at the defense and looking like they're very, very comfortable when it comes to the offensive side as well. And Zidium is just struggling. They're just falling apart when it comes to their place. And now let's get to see how this possible final round for Search and Destroy could actually take place. And now for exclusive, they're going to be slowing things down compared to their push a while ago. Veer gets that pick. There's going to be 1 man down coming in from Zidium. And they're still playing pretty slow, so this is how you actually play that passive gameplay. Balance goes in there for that mid push, wins it, and now they're looking like they're going in for that B commit.
Wow, Creed, beautiful shots on the Afer and the body shots as well. Now all down to the 2 remaining Zidium players for a 5-man retake to prolong the game when you're down 6-1. Doesn't seem to be in the cards, and Balance is in a nasty spot that I don't anticipate they're going to read. He finds the opener right there, trying to find the 2-piece. Jazz shuts down, but Neil, he gets taken down as well. Jazz trying to make something out of nothing, trying to make it a 1v5. Has dropped 3 players already. If I had to guess, those 2 remaining players not going to be moving off these generators anytime soon. And Veer hits the final shot to lock in the win for exclusive as they now take the lead in the series 2-0 and do it in convincing fashion.
Very convincing indeed, and I feel like it's the fact that we're playing on newer maps, and what I've seen so far is that when you play in a new map, that's when you see things kind of falter from teams that aren't really used to it. You kind of see where, okay, these teams definitely have experience when it comes to these newer maps, but I guess when it comes to Zidium, when the attacking round, they probably would have won a lot of it if they just probably did other plays apart from just rushing into the site using that util, because you already know that there's going to be that 1 player off the other side of the map here in Bravo. And look at Neil having a beautiful 4K there, not able to get that last one here off of Afer. But I mean, there's so much highlights here for exclusive, and it's just looking like they're such a solid search and destroy team. And I was talking to a lot of the casters actually that have been doing the casting job for such a long time for this EU region is that they're saying that Exclusive is one of the best search and destroy teams right now, and honestly, without a doubt, because you have the likes of Neil, you have other team members that can actually do their job really right. So I'm excited for Exclusive.
Yeah, I mean, they looked solid across the board. There was really no weak points in that search and destroy. Like you said, the snipers were absolutely firing on all cylinders. I thought Neil was going to get like a quad collat right there on that entry in the A side, and obviously beautiful snipes out of him as well. Zidium just looked a little bit lost the entire way through. They knew their game plan, but once the game plan stopped working, they didn't really know how to make any adjustments. They slowed things down, but didn't really know how to assert their will on the offensive side, and ultimately that's what came back to bite them. So we'll see if they can flip things around heading into the control. They're definitely going to be hoping that they get the defensive side to open regardless of the map. We've yet to see the Crossroads strike today. We'll see if maybe we get a look at that, although it seems like the European region maybe not the biggest fan of that one. So they need to bounce back right here. Otherwise, they're going to be on their way to the lower bracket, and that's where things start to get really dicey.
Yeah, I mean, that's where things kind of put a lot of pressure on your shoulders because it's actually a way. Hey, you manifested it. Crossroads strike. Because a while ago in the graphic, I was trying to look for it and it wasn't there. So I was like, okay, this is gonna be quite a spicy map. I love this map when it comes to this control game. I personally don't like playing it, but I like to cast it.
Definitely an entertaining one. It is going to be Exclusive, opening things up. Got one player up above, and oh my gosh, Balance gets obliterated by Legacy right there. No pressure onto either of those capture zones for Zidium, but you haven't lost too many lives. As I say that, they do lose another one right there. And obviously the AR is going to play a crucial role. Neil, juicy double in the spawn trap, looking to get set up. Early spawn protection, maybe saving a big chunk of lives there for Zidium off the start of this one, but you have got to get broken out soon. This is a side that you do not want to be on when the spawn trap starts to execute, and right now they have zero map control. Neil gonna get cleared on out. Champy can't get the better of that gunfight, and wow, Exclusive do not find any way to capitalize on what should have been a big time life lead. Zidium break their way on out, but they got to get players on the objective. Balance able to get things cleared off right here, finds a two-piece, and just like that would basically hit a full reset. Zidium have got to find some map control to get their players some time locked in over on the A side.
I mean, they were getting the kills. It's kind of like what we saw in Hardpoint. They were getting a lot of the kills, but the objective is just not there. It seems like it's going to be a team deathmatch all over again. And now as Alpha is going to be slowly getting captured by Zidium, 17 seconds, going to be stopped by the clock. Champy going on a rampage here in mid. But we do get to see some really bright spots coming in from both of these teams, and Zidium keeping it very close for an attacking round. And Jazz, unfortunately, the CBR4 is not going to be good for them, as honestly, the head glitches right now of Exclusive is going to be really huge for them. They're playing it really well.
Yep, Jazz on the top side, able to win one, but it's a 1v6.
Nice work.
Would be a miracle, especially given that you're on offense, so you got to capture the objective. Not going to happen right there. As expected, Exclusive take round one over on the defensive side. Now here heading in the offense, gonna look to continue to push the pace and see if they can lock in a win early on here. Wow, Veer, absolute beauty of a snipe to open things up, trying to lock in that mid-map control, and the operators coming out early on. Veer with the Sparrow, gonna be somebody you need to clear out quickly if you're Zidium trying to avoid the spawn trap. Fortunately for them, he is gonna take himself down, but regardless, the life lead continues to build for Exclusive.
You know, this one gun that a lot of players are actually just beaming here in this map is going to be the LK24, and I believe that this gun is just made for this map. If you want to go in for the mid-range engagements, you have the LK24. You need to go for those long range. It's the most stable gun that you can have right now, and there you go. Kree just knows what angles to actually take. As we can see, the highest life lead that we've seen here so far, and they're supposed to be having a harder time because they're on the offense. So Exclusive very much comfortable at the attack, and we can see here as you look at the map, we do get to see a little bit of a spawn trap right now by Balance, but he's not going to be over pushing himself. Player number 4, though, on the other hand, from Exclusive as well, is going to be losing that gunfight. That's Champy with just 6 kills, so that's going to be surprising, but everyone else in his team is actually going to be stepping up here.
looks like Exclusive looking to end this one early. Creed pops the claw right there. Now up 11 lives. He gets traded out, but Neil is there. Able to continue cleaning things up, and they're trying to set up the spawn trap as balance goes big once again. Now down 10 lives, only 6 to work with. If you're Zidium, you gotta defend this B site with all that you've got, and the Fear's actually gonna miss the quick scope right there, but unfortunately for Zidium, the rest of the teammates are there to pick up the slack, all down to Jazz. It's not looking great right now for Zidium. They get cleaned up easily in back-to-back rounds, and especially with the utility ready to go for Exclusive. If the spawn trap comes through early, things could get ugly quick.
Here we go, an even faster way to go, and Exclusive just wants to end it. They're very much equipped to make this round very fast. Catwalk is supposed to be a place that you get to see a lot of engagement, but it seems like it's going to be right here in mid. And now we get to see some sort of control coming in from Zidium, but they're just being spawn trapped right now by that one player. It's going to be player number 5, that's Balance, but he does lose his life. So that spawn trap not going to be successful, but it's still Zidium trying to push into Alpha, but they're just not winning a lot of these gunfights here.
Legacy wins a big one onto Champion to avoid the spawn trap for the time being. Afer trying to get some map control so they can get pushed onto this A objective that I don't think we've seen a single tick of progression so far for Zidium. We'll see if they can change that here as a couple of gunfights go their way, but once again, you have this life deficit. You haven't seen any progress on the objective, and it looks like Exclusive gonna look to set up the spawn trap once again, and time again, they just have the better strategy. They've won the bigger chunk of the gunfights. Afer doing everything that he can to keep his team in it, but this time in the control, it's been too much Creed and too much Veer, the two combining for nearly 50 kills, and this is going to be a very fast end to a series that I thought could at least go to a map number 4. After the hard point, it has not looked remotely close between these two, and this Exclusive team is definitely going to be a fun one to watch in the stage 4 of the COD Mobile World Championships. It's not over yet, but 3v9, you're down 2-0, make it 2v9, make it 1v9, all on to Legacy, wins the first one, but 3 seconds to work with, and there are the Exclusive players. Neil there to clean it up, and Exclusive take the 2-0 win.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful win coming in from Exclusive, a 3-0. And finally, our prediction did not pull through. I think all of the magic just was over there in the first 2 series, but a 3-0 nonetheless. I mean, congrats for Exclusive for just showing Zidium who's boss right now, and hopefully we do get to see Zidium just pull it off in the lower bracket. Glitter, we were wrong this time.
Okay, to be fair, you weren't like totally wrong.
Yeah, I don't think we were wrong. Predicted the winner.
It was close,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. You got the winner right. It was just the score line. I mean, you even said 3-1, Mommy, so the score line was even close. And honestly, Exclusive just looked untouchable that entire matchup. So that was a phenomenal performance from them, solidifying yet a 3rd spot now in the challenge season for them. So congratulations. But we'll take a look back at the highlights as we walk through some of these moments, because I mean, they had their performance nailed down, Bobby.
Yeah, no question about it. Their game plan was to set up a spawn trap early on, win those mid-building gunfights, and once you have that map control, it's pretty easy to execute on. So even when you saw Zidium fight back, when you saw them win a couple of those spawn trap gunfights, they still were never able to get any of the mid-map control, and at the end of the day, without that, you're not going to have any chance at winning here on the Crossroads Strike. So it was all Exclusive all the way through. I was hoping for a good one. I was wrong, but you got to give big time credit to Exclusive for the way they executed there.
Well, like you had mentioned before, Mommy, doesn't mean that Zidium's out. They still drop down into that lower bracket, and it looks like they will be going up against Lethal Esports tomorrow to see if they can still keep their chances alive of making it through to the challenge, which means we are getting very close on coming up to the end of the show. You see Exclusive on that upper side of the bracket moving through to the qualified spot. There's only one more match of the day. It is the final matchup of the upper bracket, which means it's time for another quick break before we get into all of that action. You do not want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 3 is done and dusted with exclusive looking very strong and a clean 3-0, claiming that third available spot in the challenge. And today's been a great day so far, so let's close it out with a great final match of our upper bracket, which is going to be between 31er and Panic. Bobby, what can we expect out of this final matchup?
I anticipate this is probably going to be another close one. Whether or not either of these two teams are going to be really big contenders for the top 2 in Europe is a different question, but I think both of them definitely up-and-coming rosters that are looking to prove themselves, and I think an opportunity to lock in one of those final stage 4 spots early on could be big for either one of these teams. So I'm expecting this one to be fairly evenly matched, but definitely a lot to be proven for both of these rosters.
All right, well, you mentioned the roster, so let's talk about them. Mommy, we'll start with 31er. Talk to me about these players.
Definitely same sentiment when it comes to Bobby, because these teams, they've been shuffling around the entire time that Call of Duty Mobile has been existing here, and the one player that I'm really looking at is going to be Lydiax, because she has been a phenomenal player. She's really good, and everyone actually knows her to be a really well-balanced player. So they've been in pretty well-known franchises also, orgs, and Axibi, Prometheus, Illuminati. So these are the type of orgs that you see in the middle of the pack. So they're still trying to get that name out, but obviously Panic going to be a little bit of a hard opponent to beat.
All right, well, speaking of Panic, we'll take a look at Panic's roster as well. And Bobby, you can walk us through some of these names.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot to be recognized here. I think the pickup of Yaya has been huge for Panic and definitely going to give them an edge in this one. You've got EUR, who definitely proved himself as a solid player last year as well. So those are the two to watch on this one, no question. I'd say Bouchon, Capranx, Bison, I think all fairly new players whenever it comes to major tournaments in the European region. So those two will definitely expect to lead the way with the amount of experience that they've got. I think EUR especially is one that has improved significantly over the past few months, and we'll see. I'm probably going to lean the direction of Panic heading into this one, but excited to see what 31er brings to the table.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll get those picks and bans up on the screen here in just a second. And if Bobby's got his leaning direction out there. Are you on the same side of things, Mommy, or are you on the other side?
I'm leaning towards the same direction. Because I'm leaning right now. I'm gonna go back to my theory of this possibly could be a 3-1. The only reason why is because of EUR. He's been a streaky player before, but if he's on, he can definitely shred. Something that we saw a while ago in Sidium and Afer, I feel like EUR can be that if it's going to be a really good day. And obviously with the addition of Yaya as well, obviously he was going to be a Nova player, which has a lot of experience in the back end. So again, I want it to be close, but I feel like it is going to be a 3-1, but I think I'll know once I see that S&D.
All right, well, we can see what those picks and bans were now on there. You can see what that S&D is going to be. Anything jumping out, Bobby?
Hacienda Hardpoint is always a chaotic one, always a fun one to watch, so that should be a good one. This is the first time we're going to see Slum Search and Destroy today as well. That's one that typically, if it's going to go one direction, gets out of hand quickly. So we'll see who gets the defensive side, as that's typically the easier one to control. But if you get some aggressive SMGs to push through for the mid-map control, could have potential for the offense, but we'll have to wait and see. Like Mommy said, the S&D is going to be more than likely the big opportunity for that 31er roster to prove themselves.
Oh, I think it's going to be a great way to close out the day. And if you guys are just joining us, don't forget we have all day tomorrow as well, so make sure you're coming back to hang out and watch. But for now, it's time to jump into our final upper bracket match of the day. So Bobby, Mommy, take it away.
All right. Well, getting things started with the Hacienda Hardpoint is always, like we said, a chaotic one, and this is one that can go on for a really long time, and especially between two teams that are well matched up. So we'll see what these guys are bringing to the table right here, but naturally the two players to watch, Yaya and EUR, heading into this one. We'll see what type of damage they can do as we head into P1.
Here we go. Love this map. Absolutely adore it. And now we get to see, you need to have top control here in 2F because definitely is going to be an anchoring spot. And so far we do get to see Panic have a hold of that just a little bit. But we do get to see the players from 31 are actually just winning a lot of these gunfights. But EUR just wins those beautiful gunfights here in 2F. But it's still going to be 31er going to be into the hardpoint. So with Panic, they're winning a lot of those individual gunfights. But 31er is actually going to be really well versed when it comes to the spots and where to be at.
Solid start for Lydia. She's got 4 on the board. The HVK in hand. Weapon that we don't see used a ton in competitive just because of its lack of magazine size, but especially with the upcoming buff that it's receiving, might start to see a little bit more. Gore on the top side and be able to win another one of those crucial gunfights, and a strong start for 31 right here, largely led by Lydia and Gore. Combined for 10 kills so far, and a solid setup over here on P2. Typically a money hill whenever it comes to the Hacienda Hardpoint. If they can lock in a big chunk of time right here, might be able to do some damage. But Yaya pushing in, gonna find one to open things up. Bricksta there for the trade. Another big time player for 31er, and Lydia just absolutely beaming off the start of this one.
Yeah, I was looking for Bricksta's name a while ago in the lineup, but I didn't see her. I was just like, wait, is she not playing anymore? Because she's I mean, I will now change my answer. I feel like S&D, they might have more of an advantage now because Bricksta is a cracked sniper. And now we get to see, like, everyone's doing a really good job at getting those kills down. Panic, though, tries to go in there for the break, but unfortunately, every single one of the 31ers is just right there. More of the favorable spot that they actually have, and something that I'm really curious to see is that they're already rotating 2 of them, and they're actually solo holding this hill really well. But I'm kind of surprised that they let go of this hill pretty early on, as you actually saw like 3-4 players going in through mid and going in for the next rotation. So they're giving away those the hill points for free to Panic, but they do have 3 players on the rotate as well.
Hard point identified.
Yeah, a couple crucial gunfights on the top side. Sees one coming up the stairs and gets the better of Gore. Still need to get players on the inside of the objective, but for the time being, you're happy with the spot that you're in. But it's going to be Brixta absolutely beaming from the bottom side. As I say that, all IQ in the feed. 31 are still locking in the time. Is Zed there with the Holger, and he's just going to unload that entire 100-round magazine. It makes the most of it as he takes down Yaya. Couple of trades coming through. IQ looking like they're going to be able to find the break here, but a claw in the hands of Brixta. She's trying to take back control of the hard point, and Zed still beaming with the Holger in hand, one of the favorite weapons of the European region. And right now, they're at least going to be able to keep things contested. This is a big reason why these Hacienda hardpoint maps tend to be some of the longest in the game. Just so many different contest points, so many close spawns, and excited for the chaos as we head over to P4.
Again, it's going to be scrap points in the favor of Panic and early rotation for 31er. So I always like that early rotation, especially in a huge map like this. And so far, so good coming in from 31er. But they are going to have a difficult time as 2 players coming in from 2F are actually going to be funneling in. And it's not going to be enough for the defense of 31er. They did not expect that much people coming in from mid. And now, as we saw 31er go in there for that early rotation, they have to worry about breaking the hill yet again, as Zed is going to be on a roll, getting those kills, especially with that nade. So that's going to be huge for them. 65 and 57 is going to be your scoreline, and it's still a huge back and forth between both of these teams.
Definitely expect a lot of contest time over on P4, but Yaya goes big. Purifier in hand, able to take down 3. It should be able to regen as well, as Zed looking for the information, does not have the timing to do so. Prong's able to back up with the UL in hand. Looking for some information, but beams across the board as Panic finally find their first big chunk of hardpoint time. And this is really the first solid amount that either team has been able to find on this one. Yaya leading the way along with Onur, the 2 now combining for 30 kills. We expected that they would play a big role, and they're absolutely doing that as Yaya picks up another 2. Heading back to P1, topside control going to be crucial. Brixta gets shut down. It seems like that control that 31er had early on starting to dwindle.
Swindling down, they're letting it go just a tiny bit, and it's going to be crucial. As we saw a while ago, P1 is going to be contested a lot for both these teams, and 31 are actually getting most of the points in P1 a while ago, and now it seems like it's going to be the other way around, Panic getting a lot of it. And it's the fact that they're getting the scrap points as well, and 31 are actually just letting go of those scrap points is the reason why we're seeing such a lead already from Panic. It's just a culmination of those scrap points. It's just such a big deal. And not just that, the fact that we do get to see a solid hold here, which is supposed to be a contest point.
Yep. It's the momentum has swung, and it has swung hard. 31 are struggling to get back into this one. Bouchon, Holger through the wall, does connect there for yet another kill, and what was initially a 31er lead is now led to Panic, doubling up on them as we head back to P2 for the second time. They're looking to secure those driveways. Spawns, Gore's going to be able to win 1 before getting traded out. 31er looking for a full 60 right here, and that big kill going through for Lydia. But those smokes going to make it very difficult for them to hold off the push of IQ. Looking like it might be only a matter of time. Lots of operators coming out right here, and a big gunfight win for Ether to keep those spawns pushed back.
Oh, that is such a good usage of the Sparrow, and they didn't even know Capron was going to be right there. 20 kills already. Hunter Killer in hand as well, and Panic using a lot of their score streaks and also their operators here in this hill is going to be massive for them. Just getting a lot of these points down. A full 60 possible possibly for Panic, as they're also doing a lot of the gunfights outside of the hill as well. Oh, you're going to be in a very cheeky spot. Love the spot. Usually you don't get to expect there's going to be players right there, and early rotation again coming in from 31er, but you need to go and contest this at the very least because you're giving so much points already to Panic. And this is what we kind of saw a while ago. 31er was able to get majority of the points here in P3, but Panic was able to get a substantial amount of points here in this hill as well.
Really not a big fan of that War Machine call-in with 10 seconds left on P2. Feel like there could have been much better value for that one. Fortunately for 31er, they've got players set up early, and Bison's going to get beamed off the hill. But as expected, lots of smokes, lots of contest time here. Purifier does come out for Yaya, and he gets taken down. So once again, 31er doing a good job of keeping things close. But we've yet to see them have a solid hold since the beginning of the game. And as IQ breaks in, they're once again in a spot to get the bigger chunk of this hard point time. Gore trying to get the barn cleared out, finds the first one, make it 2 there as well. And with 3 in the feed, make it 4 now. An opportunity for them to get these last 20 seconds. Can he make anything out of the final shot? No, he cannot. But 31 are on the hard point regardless.
You know, one thing that I noticed is the fact that Panic, when they started to use their smokes, especially in P2 and also here in P3, that's when they were able to turn things around, and that is util usage that I really love to see here in this hardpoint. Obviously in Hacienda, there's so many open angles that you need to block off some sort of sight line. We need to see the same play coming in from 31er as well, because they're so good at the gunfights. Like, they can definitely win those individual gunfights down, but it really is up to the scores, the usage of the score streaks, the operators, and also the util that is definitely going to be the huge play here, because they go in there for the early rotation, yes, but they always lose it every single time.
Yeah, IQ is no question looks stronger on P4 both times around. A lot of time going in right here, and that was where they got their biggest chunk the first time around as well. Wow, yeah, snapping right there onto Aether, and they're up to 200 points right now, looking like they're well on their way to a win. Lydia trying her best to solo break, and that's a lot of kills with the Purifier. Doesn't see the last one, but still able to clean things up with the burn damage, and Bricks on the inside of the hard point with the claw. Might be able to lock in a chunk right here. Obviously a little bit late for a push to have that much investment, and once again, you gotta be able to evaluate whether or not sending that much operator power on a finishing up hardpoint is going to be worth it. And it is going to be IQ set up in the top side. Caprone nearly able to find 3 right there. At least does the damage, but they're inside the hard point and continuing to move upward. Right now, Lydia needs to get things cleared out. 31er on the point, but this is typically one that's going to be very back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth that we really like to see, and slowly but surely 31er is going to be getting a lot of these points down. And in the first set of rotations, we were able to see 31er just get a lot of the points down here, and so far they have it on lockdown. They just need to be able to get a solid hold here in 2F, and so far so good for them, as Zed able to spam that. Honestly, I'm seeing a huge impact here when it comes to the Holger gameplay. We've seen Creed use it. Now we're gonna see a lot more players actually use it, especially knowing very well that you can hold an angle and beam that all across the map, and you can solo hold it. And Zed was able to just pull out on his own just for a tiny bit.
Lushan hopping up to get the rest of the scrap time right here. Panic now only in need, probably by the time they head over to P2, for about 30 more. The nades do come on in. The early rotation is through for 31er, so if they're gonna find a full 60, this is the place that you want to do it. Zed's gonna lock down those spawns early on. Lydia wins a big gunfight on the entryway, but there are a lot of reinforcements on the way for Panic. Bison, Yaya, Onur all flood through. Smokes go through. Big beams out of Onur. Might be able to get the final one, but Bricks is there to save the day. Bushan gonna be there and find the final kill though, and now Panic in position where they might be able to win things here on P2. If they can keep things clear, should be able to lock it in, and with those final gunfights, it's looking like they got a pretty good chance of doing so.
And now it seems like Panic is just doing an amazing job at actually holding this P2 hill every single time, but we finally get to see a break coming in from 31er. Bison going to be the only person left, but the pinch does come through possibly if you see Bushan getting those kills, and he does. Gets the kill, possibility to get another one, and they still get those scrap points. Bushan on a 4 spree is able to get that hunter killer drone, and those are essential points for Panic. And 31er, this is the type of play that you needed to get into the early rounds and try to contest it, but in the process process of trying to contest that hill, they lose that rotation and no one's going to be there. Yes, there's 2 players coming in from 31er, but everyone else from Panic is actually going to be right there, and Bouchon yet again gets those essential kills. Holger being played so well by this man, and wow, that was a good back and forth in the beginning of the match, but we saw kind of slowly just go away for the side of 31er.
Yeah, and sometimes you see these solid teams that have a little bit of a shaky start, but that's the beauty of playing hardpoint to 250 rather than 150. You can have a slow start, you can have players that take a little while to get warmed up, and the better team is still going to shine through, and it definitely looked like that was IQ in that one. So obviously, you got to give credit to Lydia. She had a strong start, strong game, but there was not nearly as much consistency for the 31er roster. They're going to need to bounce back here in the search and destroy. I know that they're more than capable of doing so, but there weren't really any weak points in the game for that IQ team, at least here in the Hacienda hardpoint.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to the rotations here in Hacienda, it's definitely going to be key. 31er tried to always go in for those early rotations, but in the process, they actually gave up a lot of those scrap points, which accumulated towards the favor of Panic. And honestly, when it comes to the second set of rotations, they just had a hard time when it comes to even rotating as well. And Panic, it was just, it's a rhythm-based game, and Panic was able to find their rhythm at the very end of it.
Yep. They took a little while to find their groove, but that's what the good teams always find a way to do. And obviously, you got to give credit to Bouchon, not a player that I've really seen a whole lot in the European competitive scene, but he stepped up in a big way, and especially to be moving the way that he was with the Holger. Pretty impressive performance out of him. We'll see if 31er can bounce back here in the search and destroy. We are going to be, where are we going to be?
Oh, search and destroy, we're going to be in slums. So
all right.
It's going to be interesting because it's a smaller map. We haven't seen slums quite a lot, actually. I don't think we've seen it. Maybe in NA just once. But yeah, I'm excited to see how these 2 teams just played, because I do feel like 31er might have just a tiny bit of an advantage, especially knowing that if Brix is going to be using that sniper, I'm hoping that they do it, because a while ago when we saw Narcs not pull out the sniper, I was pretty surprised that he actually did that, and we're used to seeing him just pull out that snipe. So let's see what actually happens. So for search and destroy, it's going to be slums, and if we're going to be bringing it all the way, Express is going to be right there for that S&D too, if we bring it to a game number 5.
All right. Should be a fun map too, like you mentioned. Brixa pulling out the sniper is always a fun one to watch. And over on the flip side, I think Onur is typically in that role for the IQ squad. So just waiting on our players to ready up, and we should be good to go. This is the 4th matchup of the day, and we're actually going to have a day 2 of action for Europe. So for those of you who didn't know, we'll be playing out the rest of the lower bracket on broadcast tomorrow to lock in those final 4 spots. We got 3 locked in already, and lots of stage 4 action ahead of us throughout the summer.
Oh, definitely. We still have LATAM, we have India, we got Japan, and Japan right now is doing their own thing, but it's nice breeding ground, honestly. It's like every year, actually, we get to have more Call of Duty Mobile action, and this is what a lot of people have been waiting for, especially EU. When I go on Twitter, everyone's just like, we need to have more of a competitive scene here, and this is what you get. And we see stars just being born, new names, kind of like Bouchon, and a while ago, we've seen like new players just come up. So I'm excited to see like what's in store for us here in stage 3 for EU.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of talent that we're going to see in that lower bracket as well. Obviously, Team Mobility, one that sticks out. I was very worried that we were going to have a Team Mobility versus Zidium matchup in the lower bracket, and one of those teams was going to get knocked out. Fortunately, that was not the case, but Zidium do find themselves back in the lower bracket, and there's definitely going to be some spicy matchups whenever we hop into that one tomorrow. So once again, just waiting on our teams. Hopefully going to be ready pretty quick right here, but you know, you can't have any broadcast go completely smoothly all the way through. So yeah. we're just waiting on everybody to get things locked in, and it looks like there might be a couple things being looked into to extend the broadcast a little bit longer for you guys. So congratulations, you get to stare at us for longer.
I mean, honestly, I'm pretty impressed with the amount of people watching. A while ago when we started the broadcast, it was 3,000 people. Yeah, I was looking at that YouTube chat. And so, like I just want to follow up with your lower bracket. It's so interesting to see teams that I thought would actually do well not do well. I feel like it would be so entertaining to see the lower bracket because honestly for me the biggest letdown was Big not making it because they have Zidium players, they have the Nova player, and for Venturion they have Killian right there from Pegasus, but it's just interesting how these new faces, these new names just come up and just absolutely win it. It was a 3-0. It was quite literally big.
Who's Pegasus?
It's a team actually, and I'm trying to figure out like when it comes to the teams in the middle of the bracket, but I shall give you that answer later on. When it comes to this S&D, we're gonna start things off finally here in Slums. All right, this is the kind of the switcheroo that we wanted to have in pace because 31er definitely for me I think has an upper hand in Panic. Let's see how they respond.
All right, Onur opens things up, sniper in hand, taking down Lydia. Bouchon shots onto Zed right here. Lots of trades, but it is going to be IQ coming out on top between the two. I'm going to go down here on B. Onur peeks the side. Gore not quite able to connect, but Onur does. Now all down to Brixta. She's got a sniper in hand. A lot of work ahead with the bomb down in the position that it is, but she's able to hit the flank right here. And if she can catch Onur off guard, could be a crucial kill to open things up and make the 1v3 possible, but doesn't know that he's around the corner, and that's going to be an easy kill for him to clean things up.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
There you go. Let's see how 31er actually responds to that, because for Panic, that was an easy round. They were able to clear off mid really easily, and for 31er, they're just going in for a 4-man push here, going into Bravo, going for pillars, and player number 5, that's going to be Gore. We'll try to go in for the snipes here in mid. We'll try to go and get that information down, but Panic is going to be really aggressive going into the B site, and it's going to be really, really good as Yellow all across the board. Panic gets a lot of these kills down earlier on. It's only up to Brixa to try and fight it. Spots one, though. She also gets spotted, so she needs to go and reposition herself. A 3v1 situation, as they did not just see that Panic team just go in there very aggressively.
Well, Brix is going to find one, trying to make the 1v3 happen, and once again, 30 seconds to work with. Has not gotten a whole lot of help out of the squad so far, and looks like those 2 remaining players going to stay tucked away on the inside of the B site. One going to be able to slide away. Brix making a lot of noise, but the quickscope connects and gets eyes onto the second player, but Onur plays it perfectly. Deagle shots connect, and IQ find a way to stay up in the lead off the start right here. Now up 2-0. As expected, Onur slaying out with that sniper in hand. And Brix has got a tall task ahead to try to equalize him and take him out of the equation. It is a heavy B push out of both squads once again. 31 are going to get there first, and the nade connects for Zed. This time they might be able to take control early on. Yaya able to fire back, but a big advantage early for 31er.
Bomb's going to be down in a very bad spot. Onur gets the kill, though. But it's still going to be numbers advantage going into 31er. Gar spots one, information given to him. Spots another, and there you go, gets that kill, and possibility to get that second, brings it close, and a double for him. That is going to be huge for 31. That's got to be a boost of confidence that you need.
Oof. That was definitely crucial. A pretty solid time to find your first 3 kills of the game. And Gore starting to hit the flow state at a perfect time for 31er. We'll see if he can continue, as once again the aggressive push over toward B for both teams. Utility gonna be crucial, and it's gonna be Lydia opening things up. Onur fires back as he takes down Zed, and now the IQ kills starting to come through once again as it's all down to Brixa. It's been this way 3 times now on the defensive side for 31er. And she once again has to find a way to make a 1v3 happen. One player already down, has to deal with Onur, who's got 7 kills already. Got one player in the mid map, and she connects onto EUR. If she can make the read on the player behind the wall, might be meant to be, but the blank scope doesn't go.
It's not over yet.
Bronx
Ready up.
finds the kill, and Panic extend their lead.
If I was playing that, I would just have a heart attack. Sometimes Call of Duty Mobile S&D can just be a heart attack. It can be a horror movie because of it's just like a peekaroo right there. Quite the jump scare. And unfortunately for 31er, Brixta didn't have it in the bag, but still really good shots coming in from her. Has 5 to her name. And as we get to see Panic do the same rotation now, we get to see 31 actually kind of stop the push, but unfortunately so much lives being lost, and the aggression coming in from Panic is just doing so well for them right now.
Ooh, nice spot for Aether. Finds one, trying to make it 2, but gets shut down by the Deagle. Once again, Panic taking a round, and they are looking pretty solid here in the search and destroy as well. My oh my, what a performance out of EUR. 9 kills through the first 5 rounds. Gore had that one crazy triple to win around, and outside that, he has not done anything for 31er. They need him to start having a bigger impact here on the offensive side. And right now, they're sticking with him, trying to chow over on that B side. 31er waiting for the play to come through, and that's a big kill to open things up for Panic.
Here we go. As we are a little bit slow when it comes to the approach here, 31er, they're going to be rewarded. They say, come to us. And now Zed, with the Holger in hand, able to spot what just one person are expecting. There you go. Unfortunately, not going to be in their favor. The timing is going to be bad, but it's still going to be doable. 1v1, though, 2v1 rather, and also they're going in there for the defuse. That's going to be huge. Now that, honestly, that was going to be a huge win, but as we're switching sides now, let's see how well 31er can be on the attack. And if you're actually curious as to why 31er has that scoreline of 1 and Panic 0, well, we're going to be mentioning it later on as the hardpoint game is actually going into 31er. But back to that S&D game. We're going in for a slower approach from both of these teams. So Bison able to get that pick off of Gore. That's going to be one essential player down here into 31er.
Finds another one onto Aether as well, and once again, ooh, breaks the fires back. Lydia finds one the same breath, and we're suddenly into a 3v3. Zed's got the bomb in hand. He's just kind of waiting the mid-map. I don't know what you are really doing with your bomb carrier holding down the mid-map, but it seems they're content to play the waiting game. I hope that Brixta can find another pick, but Bison fires back again. Now 8 kills for him. And just like that, a full reset with a man advantage. Zed, I don't think has the information to play around the corner. Capronx makes him pay, and now all down to Lydia. She's going to back all the way up, hoping that she can get somebody to peek on through. Sniper in hand, but can't connect over top of the head glitch. You give away that information, and now life becomes that much more difficult.
She does have the weaponry to try and clutch this up. She's going to be met with 2 players. And unfortunately, Bouchon's going to be right there too fast with the Holger. Now Panic, just the one away from map point advantage, and that's going to be really difficult if you're going to be 31er, because you're going to be backed up in the corner. You're going to have to be in a really high pressure situation. And now let's see, they're looking like they're having a really hard time when it comes to the attack, when the defense was a little bit easier. Trying to go in for that 5-man push here in Bravo. Smokes in hand, but Capron going in there for the nade kill is definitely going to be huge for them. But Lydia going in there for that beautiful 2-piece. That's going to be huge for them as well, even when it comes to the lives.
Ooh, it's actually going to be man advantage for 31er right here.
The enemy has
You still got EUR and Bison to deal with. It's less than ideal for what you would like to be dealing with right now, but you get the bomb down. You get your players in position on the retake, and Bison going to look for the wall bang, but it's not meant to be. Actually, a spot that I'm surprised I haven't seen more players try right there. And they're just hoping to catch somebody off guard, but especially with one player pushed all the way back into that tire area, Bison finding the opener could be crucial. You still got to deal with Gore way in the bag. And right now, Lydia's got an opportunity. No, it's Gore that gets shut down. Lydia's the one that's got to push up right here. You have your sniper holding the bomb site. Lydia gets that one. Can she find the second? You got to peek things quickly. And Onor's not going to go for the defuse, so it's not going to matter. Oh, she had a hunter killer. I believe that was an ace for her, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh? What?
Maybe a 4? I don't know. I had no idea, but
I
then the
was
hunter
so
killer comes out.
invested. I was so invested I wasn't even counting, but I'm definitely going to be looking back at that on YouTube if it was going to be an ace, but that's definitely impressive to have a hunter killer. Oh, Nora off the smoke gets a beautiful 2-piece. Bouchon as well. And now you can see so much damage already. The third one for Onur. And a fast and quick round for Panic. Ready for the fight. Gore gets that trade though, but he's going to be alone with such low HP left. He's going to be hunted by every single one of the Panic players here right now. Gets the kill. Possibility to get that Bison. He does get Bison. And now we get to see it. He still wins it. A 1v1 situation. It's Onur versus Gore. Sniper versus sniper. Onur doesn't know where he's at. The rotation finally comes through. There's a lot of time left. And oh my goodness, both of these snipers are absolutely cracked.
Would this be a 1v4 or 1v5?
The enemy has the bomb.
1v5.
I
Yeah, I think it's a
remember,
1v5.
but
I think it's a 1v5.
when Gore gets in the zone, it would be a 1v5. When Gore gets in the zone, there is no missing. And if you're Onur, you're just trying to avoid disaster. He is taking the longest route possible, and he's still got 47 seconds. I mean, that was so much chaos off the start of the round, and now we've just been sitting in a stalemate for the last 45 seconds. The bomb is going to go down here on A. Is Onur? Oh my gosh, I thought he's going to go for the wall bang and hit it.
Be advised.
Nobody going to peek through there. Hunter killer drone again. I don't know if Onur heard it. If he does it, oh. Wait.
Trophy
Where's the hunter
saved
killer?
his life. I think the trophy saved his life. Onur.
1v1.
Tries to spot him. Pre-aims it. Doesn't really quite get any information down. Locus in hand. And now we get to see the clock dwindling down, and he's been in this spot before. Only the head marker, but then we get to see him go away with his life, and Gore is so lucky. He needs to play time. He needs to play time. He doesn't play the time. Onur doesn't have enough time to get it. Oh my goodness. Even though that Gore didn't get that ace, he played the objective and still got that win. And as we saw, Panic had a significant lead, now gonna be cut into just one more round.
Well, first,
They have the bomb.
it was, I don't know if it was a true 1v3 for Gore. I think it was a true 1v3 for Gore the first time around. And now what I believe to be a 1v5 under his belt. Has not been the most consistent, but has clutched when it matters. And 31er is absolutely still in this one, but Bison continues to fire back. He and Onur carrying the bulk of the load. Zed with the bomb in hand, and 31er playing the waiting game once again. You don't have any sniper presence at all. You got Gore taken out of the equation. Bricksta does still have one, but she's going to get shut down too. And now into the 3v5. It's been the big miracle rounds that have gotten them pretty much a majority of the rounds that they've had so far. Ether spots one, but just can't get the timing right, and Bison gets the better again.
Slow round, but you get to see Panic, especially with their snipers, just getting those picks off. Their angles are so on point right now. And now Lydiax is going to be able to pick up that DLQ, so at least there's still some sort of presence in the long range for 31er. But Bison yet again shuts everyone down. He is a great wall going into Alpha. Bison spots one, hit marker in hand, but able to finish the job. And we're now at match point. And Panic able to get that. 31er on the other hand still has 2 more steps to go. But if we get to see a hero play, maybe it'll happen, but you should not rely on those hero plays here. Especially when you get to see Gore go down so early, and that's what happened. They didn't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, and that really has been the difference between the two. Like a consistent strategy for IQ, consistent fraggers, whereas on the flip side, it's been so many miracle plays to just keep this one close. But even with that happening, Panic still with the lead. Bricksa is going to be able to find Bouchon, and now a much more fundamentally sound round out of 31er. Beautiful nade by Onur onto Gore. slows down the push, but he's still got 4 more players to deal with. Yaya clears out Brixta, but the trade's there. And now all down to Onur looking for a 1v3 for himself. Finds the first one to open. Doesn't catch the player proning behind that statue, and that should be the information that they need. Not going to be able to turn on to Ether. 31 are keeping things close as they look to force overtime.
It's two steps rather, turning into one. And it's just so interesting how 31er plays, especially when Gore is still alive and they need to just tuck him away in a corner just to keep him alive. Yes, get an opening pick. Brixta usually gets that as well, as we get to see such a barrage of util coming into that B flag. But Capron having, what? Is that a stun kill? Gets a 3-piece and Yaya finishes the job. And Panic goes in there, a 7 and 5. And I think it's the first time I've seen a grenade and stun combo.
Yeah, that was pretty lethal. I was not expecting the stun kill to come through.
That's
but,
funny.
Wow. Well, it is going to be Panic bouncing back. They actually did end up getting a DQ on map 1 for using a restricted item, so that's the reason that you do see the score being 1-1 down below. But they bounced back, and it was closer than I expected. I think if it were not for some of the miracle plays that we were seeing out of Gore, might not have been the case, but clutched up big time, not quite enough to win the map, though.
Definitely. My goodness. I mean, I feel like they tried to keep going on the attack, tried to go for alpha, tried to get that pick off. But I mean, I feel like it was just that one person, that was Bison, that was just stopping force going into that A flag. I mean, they tried to go in for B rather. So that A flag was just so open every single time. And the stopping force was only going to be Bison. But if you funneled a lot of your members inside over there, they probably would have had a better time when it comes to the attacking round. But again, it's still a valiant effort for 31er when it comes to those hero plays. But oh my goodness, it was the Onur and Gore show. And there you go, he has 2, gets that 1 more, and I think that was like, yeah, that was 3, that was 4. Yeah, I think he had like an almost ace there.
Yeah. I feel like that S&D was the best sniping we've seen all day. There were a few of the matchups that we saw as like, I can't believe you guys are missing these shots, but every one of the snipers on both teams seemed to just be perfectly in the flow state, and really, really beautiful plays out of both squads. But once again, just more consistency on the flip side for Bison and Onur. Those two leading the way for Panic. They take map 2 to tie things up. Next up, we head into the control. Might call it the swing mode because technically it's tied at 1-1, but realistically, if you're IQ and you have the right loadouts, then it should be up 2-0. So it feels like you kind of got to give them the edge, even though it hasn't been a huge gap between the two. It's definitely enough, I feel like, to feel like they are the stronger team, or at least have been so far in this one.
The interesting thing about Panic and 31er is that they're always just at a certain point in the middle of the game. It's like, yeah, they're going at the same points, they're level, but it's just Panic just going in there, just adapting a little bit faster and eventually getting the upper hand. And yes, unfortunately for them, they're going to be losing that Hacienda hard point. But at a certain point, it was close, but then it was Panic that's always having the upper hand. And it's kind of the same case here in this Search and Destroy. And it's honestly, history repeats itself a tiny bit, because back in the recent tournament that they played up against each other, Panic is actually the 6th seed and 31er is the 7th seed. So again, it's very close, but Panic will always have that upper hand. So taking a look at what we have here, we finally have raid control, where hopefully we do get to see a lot of these long-range engagements from 31er come through.
All right, we'll see what they've got as the clash over on B ensues. Yaya wins the opener. Start locking in some of that time, but Ether, beauty of a flank right there. He gets things cleared off, and 31er pretty dominant start here as they look to get the spawn trap set up early. Ether in a nasty spot around that corner. I don't think he's going to get spotted out, and they're trying to just play TDM if they possibly can on this one. Yaya, how did you win that? Get straight out regardless. Gore finds a 2-piece. Lydia is straight farming, and they have no answer as Aether has made his way all the way into spawn. Hunter Killer goes out right there, and they're still trying to sniff him out, and they don't check the angles. What was that? Free streaks for you. Finally, Bouchon there to shut him down. But what a start right here for 31er.
Wow, Aether just dealt so much damage there, and honestly, same sentiments. How did they not see him right there? But there you go, Aether using that Pretty, getting rid of Bison, and it's all just blue all across the board. They seem very comfortable in this defensive side here in Raid, and knowing very well that that spawn trap was definitely the huge reason why, as we see a 12 life advantage going to the favor of 31er.
I mean, nobody besides Yaya has been able to do a thing for Panic. Bricksta finds another one right there. Spawn trap's no longer in play, but just no real exit points and no map control right now for Panic as they finally get somebody onto A, trying to prolong this game, but Onur not quite going to be able to connect for the final shot on the kill there either. And looking like it might be only a matter of time with a 9 life disparity. It is IQ coming through with a couple. And Bouchon fires back, so maybe just a little bit sluggish off the start. Don't know what it was, but now down to 4. And it looks like this should be a locked-in round for 31er as they take a commanding lead. 3v13. It's not over yet. I've seen things like this happen in EU before, but once again, now down to 2 players. I don't think Bouchon has quite enough in the tank to make this one happen.
And let's see it happen. Onur still alive and kicking, but Brixie just ends it. So I really like that push from Bricksta, and also either going in for that Bravo side. They could have given it away for free and given them more of an advantage a little bit, even though, yes, you've seen that life advantage dwindle, even though you're just a few people. And especially with Onur being one of the last people, he can definitely do something like that, but it's still a little bit too overwhelming for them to be able to get that first round. And now we're going to be switching things off. Panic going to be in that defensive side, and let's see. It's going to be a really quick push going in from either. He does have that Hunter Killer and War Machine to play with, and this is the time to bring it out.
Yep, nice mid-map control right now for 31er as they try to maintain this lead. No captures quite yet, but Aether getting pushed up right here, and you get 1 player cleared off. If you can get that final kill, which they do, a big opening to start to get some of that progress over onto B. Onur, nice little mid push right here, but he gets spotted out by Bricksta. And once again, 31 are starting to take the edge in this one. Lydia, can they be able to get the assist? 1 player left to clear out from top laundry, and that is B, done and dusted. We have not seen a whole lot of objective play in the control for the European region, but right now 31 are doing so in convincing fashion. They've got 5 operators ready to go. Bricksta is going to get shut down off of hers, but now score streaks to work with as well for 31er, and they look like they are well on their way to either making their way over to A or potentially setting up the spawn trap here.
Yep, the spawn trap going to be right there. And speaking of spawn trap, Capron had the ability to actually spawn trap 31er, but instead tried to go in for that gallery control instead. And speaking of, he actually goes in there, very late rotation, but it's still gonna provide a massive win for them if he does win a lot of these shots, and he does. He's gonna be the sole reason why they're being even in the lives. Capron's still alive! That's gonna be huge. And now just 2 lives in between them. Still very doable for Panic to go and win. And now if you're gonna be 31er, you need to find a way to spawn trap, but Onur is gonna be in a really good spot right now.
Yep, they're just trying to push through top laundry, but that head glitch on the bottom side of spawn is no joke to deal with. You got to try to apply pressure elsewhere. It looks like they're able to get somebody into the mid map right now, but perfectly placed nade by Yaya is going to take down Gore, and that a big chunk of time that they had to work with is now completely gone. Onur are going to find a 2-piece right there, and they've still yet to find any map control, and now we start to see those operators come out. I don't hate this move by 31er, but if you're going to swing, you better not miss. A lot of kills coming through as Gore finds a 3-piece with that Annihilator, and finally somebody onto the objective. Looks like they're hiding in the smoke right there, and Ether just trying to stay alive, trying to avoid the guns in the hands of Panic, and big shots out of Bricksta. Right now, it looks like it's going to come down to TDM, and we're into a 4v4. It's going to be a War Machine coming out for Bison, and it's a tight one as we're now into a 3v3.
Still out of time though. Zed was able to get that kill, but Bison gets the trade as well. Bouchon gets gets a huge kill. Oh, a 1v1 situation with 17 seconds left on the clock. Lydia, you have a lot of time. Find that information down. She also has a great weapon to try and get those long-range engagements. With 8 seconds, though, she needs to step on it. Onur is in a really good spot. And Lydia still wins that gunfight! Especially knowing very well she has the gun for those long ranges. So close to not making it. And so far, 31 are having that advantage of 2, winning that beautiful attacking round. And Panic seems to be like they're in a little bit of a pickle here. Just one more win from 31 for them to get this control.
The beauty of the HVK is the headshot damage from the large cal ammo, and she shows it off right there as the head glitch is no match for the Bison. Wow. That was an absolute beauty of a shot, and the operator investment pays off for 31er as they're looking to win this in 3 rounds. I didn't think they were out by any means when it comes to control, but I did not expect this level of dominance, and as expected, they're looking strong here on the defensive side as well. Yaya does find one to take down Gore, but Zed's able to keep things contested, finally clear it off. Bricksta reads the player in top red, and now looking to set up the spawn trap early once again.
And here we go, player number 3. Just take a look at that. That's going to be taking a lot of these shots. That's going to be Bricksta. She's going to be in a really good spot, but everyone else from her team needs to find a way to get rid of all of these players that are spawning off of gallery. And there you go, Bison takes one. And they're not trying to go in for that spawn trap this time like what they did a while ago on the defensive side, which is good. They're not over pushing, and they're not doing the same play over and over again. They're leaving that one player, though, in Bravo to try and in for the defense, just in case that Panic tries to go in there for a cheeky just ninja push into that Bravo flag. But fortunately for them, they're not doing that. They're all going all across that pool side into that Alpha flag, and so far it's still 31er with the life advantage.
Yep, operator still out for Bricks. I think the claw gonna expire right there, but you got a 4 life advantage, and we've yet to see an objective capture for Panic. Yaya shut down right there, and once again the full reset. Lydia slides the corner, and she has just been cooking with the HVK. Nobody has had an answer here in the control. Bricks in the inside of Zig, gonna win another one right there. Panic finally get on the objective, but Ether's got the read at least to try to find the player up in top statue, clears it off. Gonna be able to contest, hoping he can get reinforcements and try to avoid that objective capture, but he wins the gunfight by himself. Now a 3 spree as 31 are looking well on their way to the 2-1 lead in this one. A 4, make it 3v10. Couple operators out, Bouchon, Bison, and Caprox all have theirs ready to go, but they have got to get max value. They have a chance in this one, and with Lydia beaming one off the heady, that should be enough for them to lock in the win.
Dang, what a good usage of your operators, and Lydia just seals the deal. And Lydia, honestly, there's 3 people that just stood out to me so much. Gore with the Annihilator kills, just able to use the operator to their advantage. Bricksta always with the flank, going in there for those spawn traps as well. Either with that first flank that they did, the first spawn trap where he just solo held their spawn was just absolutely insane. And obviously Lydia winning that 1v1. Man, you gotta be sweating when you're in those types of situations. And as we're seeing the highlights, speaking of, man, it was just so impressive to see 31er just absolutely just slay it. Honestly, I feel like this is a boost of confidence for them because it's going to be a 1-1. It could have easily just been a 2-1 right now, and obviously it's going to be a reverse sweep, but 31er with the advantage. And the next map we are gonna have is going to be Summit Hardpoint.
And Summit Hardpoint is going to play at a much different pace from the Hacienda Hardpoint. So that's going to be at least a little bit easier for 31er to manage. I think coming into this one, we saw the way the Hacienda Hardpoint played out. The search and destroy, like people are expecting, okay, it's gonna be a 3-0 for Panic. These 31er players are not laying down, and I'm expecting with the way that they've been playing over these past couple of games, especially in the control, I think they might be able to close out the series. If I had to guess, they don't want to go to another search and destroy. They want to find a way to win things here on map number 4. Summit Hardpoint, obviously an all-time favorite for most Call of Duty mobile fans. it's definitely going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, we've seen already one summit map today, and we're going to be seeing our second one, the final one, to possibly end it. So for Hardpoint, I mean, it's a different, like what you mentioned, this is a completely different rhythm now. It's much more fast-paced, and like we keep saying and reiterating, that rotation from P2 to P3 is definitely going to be very important. We've seen it. If you lose that, it's definitely going to be way harder to go and break into the hill, because the spawn is going to be exactly there. And so, yeah, I mean, so far, I really like what I'm seeing here for 31er. They were kind of in the shadows a little bit, especially losing that Hacienda game, but they, you know, the universe was like, you know what, we're going to turn things around. You're going to be winning that, because obviously Panic used a banned weapon. I mean, a banned legendary utility, rather. So it's really impressive to see how 31er is actually taking this whole series around.
Too close. Fight harder.
All right, big gunfights on the entry into P1 right here. As expected, it's EU, so there are Holgers everywhere.
Hardpoint locked down.
The majority of the feed going the way of IQ. And we're gonna hop on down, Switchblade in hand. It's Bison finding another one right there. Is now 2 kills to his name. We see a red dot Fennec come out. I can only assume that's because he doesn't have the mythic version, right? Because what in the world am I looking at right now? Bushan gets absolutely smoked off the heady right there, and just like that, a big push on in for 31er as they try to get some chunk time here on P1.
Capron, though, playing the LK24 to perfection, able to get rid of those 2 players, and it's going to be really, really quick how the turnaround is. Panic, though, gets majority of the points here in P1. 31er, on the other hand, position for P2, but so far they do not have any control whatsoever into the next hill. You'd want to get that 2F control room because you have sights. Just having a little bit of that verticality definitely helps, as we get to see they know how to do that 1v1, but what's more important is the fact that you need to anchor down those essential anchor points.
Yep, Yaya trying to push on through. Doesn't realize Gore's on the inside. He's going to be able to clean up the kill. 31er back on the point. Like you mentioned, controlling those spawns going to be crucial. A couple big gunfights on the backside. It's going to be one still spawning back for 31er, and that's going to be Zed. So the Holger in hand should allow him to lock down those spawns for the time being. Just like that, IQ going to be able to flip spawns, and now they are in perfect position, not only locking in the hard point time, but also ready to go over toward P3. Bushan, I mean, having a Holger playing the objective is not something you typically expect to see, but these European players just able to make it work, and right now Panic in a great spot. Although one player has been able to sneak all the way through, that's going to be Lydia.
Lydia in a prime spot, but play number 4, Capron, is able to spot her. And again, when it comes to the play of the Holger, they're just so good at using this. Oh, what? But they still have, nope, not really. Panic still has it, unfortunately. I mean, good thing for them, but unfortunate for 31er. And there you go. I mean, even though that Panic has spawns, we do get to see 31ers still have P3. Just as I said that, they're able to flush them out one by one. And they are going to be spawning off here in Catwalk. And let's see how they're able to do that damage. And again, we've seen this already before in that last Summit game. They're going in more towards that top side of the map into that rotation. It's like they don't want to go to that cable car. But as I said that, there's going to be one more player trying to go there. Onur takes out the claw, able to get a lot of these kills down. Defense solid coming in from Panic, and the score is just increasing so much right now for the side of Panic.
Yep, this is one that's looking like it could slip out of control quickly if 31er don't find a way to turn things around. Not only that they lock in a full 60 on P3, but they have a lot of time and a lot of score streaks to open things up over toward P4. You get Zed set up in the back of the map for 31er, and he's got a big task to lock down spawns and win as many of those backside gunfights as he can. Capron has been able to slip through. Zed goes big, 3 in a row with the Sparrow in hand. Nora's going to be able to find one, but a heavy operator investment right here, and it's paying off early for Zed.
Here we go. Bushan does get the Annihilator down. Able to try to lock in those spawns, but unfortunately for him, Bricksta's going to be right there. A crossfire coming in for 31er. And we get to see yellow all across the board here, and they do have a little bit of control here in P4, but a big gunfight being won right now by player number 2. That's going to be Ether. And that's going to be Bushan, rather. And, I mean, for Panic, it's still going to be a little bit scattered because everyone else is spawning off into different sites, especially here in mid. And 31 is actually going to be getting a lot of these kills down. So that's going to be huge for them. Huge time. And the fact that they've lost so much time already in that P3 hill is where they can finally pull it through. And now 13 seconds left on the clock as they're trying to get those scrap points, and that rotation here in P1 is going to be essential. Play number 4, Lydiax has been really good at anchoring certain points, but so far the Lappa in hand, able to win those gunfights down, and she needs to be careful because there's so much players coming in from Panic here right now in P1.
Yeah, they do a super solid job on P4 to get what's as close to a full 60 as they could have possibly hoped for. Right now, they're in position to contest over here on P1 as well. Yaya's going to get shut down. Aether and Gore do the work for the team to get things cleared out, and it looked like it was starting to slip out of their control. They do a great job of not getting shaken by that full 60 hold from Panic, and they are 100% back in this one as Aether tries to sniff out that one final player for Panic. Breaks the slides on through. It's not going to be her. It's Lydia. Finds a two-piece with the, like you said, the Lappa in hand. Not a weapon that we've seen used in competitive play at all, but she's leading the way. 17 kills on the board. And just like that, 31er has tied things back up.
She's leading the way for those non-meta weapons, and it does. Honestly, she's proving that you don't need to use meta to be good. You just have to be Lydiax, especially when you have pinpoint accuracy using the HBK. It's not the easiest gun to use, and now she's using the Lappa. So that's going to be huge for 31er. They're getting the points down. This is going to be, I think, the 3rd lead chains already for 31er, and Panic right now is in a really good position. But as you can see, player number 2, that's going to be Ether coming in from 31er, already going in there for the flank.
That Purifier is gone. Bison with the War Machine. Gonna attempt a solo hold right there, but spawns do flip out. Aether trying to make a push on through, and Bison just not the timing to connect right there. Couple big kills for 31er. They've got the spawns over toward P3, and it looks like they're going to be able to break through for some time here as well. Still spawning over toward that green side. Onur with Claw up above. They'll look to clear things out, but doesn't have the angle to do so. Able to get one right there, but the info onto Yaya. He's going to be able to break for the time being. Turns and burns. IQ once again getting some chunk time, but it looks like, ooh, Pred comes through. Not going to be enough to break spawns, though, and a nice setup right now for 31er as they're trying to see if they can be the team to take the full 60 this time around.
Brixa gets a 2-piece coming in from that nade. Bushan wins that gunfight, and so far when it comes to getting the spawn, it just looks like Panic is just winning a lot of the gunfights, but right now it's not going to be the same case here as 31er is going to be able to have such a solid hold, but Onur still alive and kicking, but he does get traded out. And now it's going to be the opposite situation as Panic had such a solid hold a while ago. 31er now learned their lesson, went in there for the early rotations, brought more people down for the rotation. And right now, though, but the spawn flip because people from 31er left that area. You always need to have at least one person there. And that just allowed Panic to go in there for the flash. 30 seconds on the clock, and that's still a lot of time to play with. That, oh man, I feel like that was such a crucial mistake coming in from 31er.
Oh, they send a player out of that spawn building and it backfires big time. Even though I think they had one player further back, sometimes those spawns are just based on visibility, and that's huge for Panic to avoid the full 60 and keep things close. Obviously, that does let 31er set up early on. They do still have the lead, but it could have been a much bigger lead right now, and Bushan's gonna pop the Annihilator to see if they can break on through and avoid getting full 60 that time around, and that's gonna be a huge one to open. One player still spawning in the back, but he finds another, and just like that, IQ right where they want to be.
Oh, Bushan though brings out the Annihilator, not able to bring one, but then one person's like, it just goes in there, spawns right beside him, and now no spawn control control whatsoever coming in from both teams, but right now 31er finally wins a gunfight and essentially wins the spawns as well. Lydiag's able to get a lot of these kills down, a 6 spree for her name, and also the opportunity to take out that Hunter Killer Drone to have more of a defense here into P4. And so far, it's still going to be 31er, and all Panic can do is actually just step on it just for a few seconds to contest, but not able to get a lot of these points down. And wow, I mean, this is such a good map and turnaround for 31er so far, but this is a P1 is usually Panic's playground. They're so good here, but 31 is actually learning a lot of lessons, and that's why they're on the lead right now. The adjustment in P1 in the last rotation, the adjustment in P2 and P3, and let's see how Panic's going to react to this.
Wow, it looked like for sure that was going to be an IQ spawn flip, but the Annihilator does not pay off for Bouchon, and just like that, 31 are only 35 points away from locking in the series win. Right now, Gore, he's the OBJ guy for the squad, but it has been so many contributions for everybody. Ether, maybe not the best performance, but 2 minutes inside the hard point. Lydia gonna pop the Purifier and attempt to keep things clear, and Zed goes the same direction. That's gonna be Sparrow in hand. Onur has to go big from the top side, but Lydia is there. She's able to shut down another, and looking like it's only a matter of time with the way they're beaming right now. Lydia not able to hit the final shot, but Ether fires back. War Machine finds another, and only 9 more seconds needed for 31er to lock in the win. It looks like it's gonna happen, and it might happen here on P1. There's nobody there to contest as Yaya gets shut down. 31er bounce back, and they take the series 3-1.
Okay, we said 3-1, right? But the opposite way around. But it looks like Panic just lost their momentum after losing that hard point into that DQ. But wow, what a quick turnaround coming from 31er. What a match here, Glitter.
You know, we said it was going to be a good way to close out the day, and the teams made sure that that was the case, because that was a fun final match of our upper bracket day number 1. Let's take a walk back through these highlights, Mommy, because this was a blast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even for the side of Panic, everyone was doing their job. Bison is phenomenal, either in Search and Destroy, in Control, or in Hardpoint. The guy is just so good. He's so consistent, and I'm honestly going to be looking at this guy a lot more now. But for the side of 31er, that win, the win coming in from that Control, that obviously that win coming off of that Hardpoint, you can see the confidence in their movements now, and the fact that they were down a bunch of points in the early rounds, but now they were able to sustain it, and they learned from, they basically adapted so well into that last set of rotations.
And I'm glad that you said that, because Bobby, you had said that that was something that this region can struggle with sometimes, but the adaptation was strong here.
Yeah, no question about it. I was really impressed, and even with some of the spawn mechanics not going the way of 31er, they still bounced back and were able to take that final P4, and ultimately that hold is what won them the game. So you've got to give them so much credit, bouncing back from a slow map 1, bouncing back from a map 2. Like, even though you're heading into map 3 tied 1-1, in your mind it's still got to feel to a certain degree like you're down 2-0, and the fact that they were able to dominate the way that they did in the Control, and then the convincing Summit Hardpoint as well, this is definitely a team that has earned their spot.
Well, it doesn't mean that Panic's out yet, okay? We've said it all day. This was just the upper bracket portion of our competition. So while 31er will move forward and secure that 4th spot in the challenge, alongside exclusive Kings and 117, Panic will still drop down. They'll end up facing off against Venturion tomorrow. Then we've got Zidium down there against Lethal Esports, Mont versus Team Mobility GG, and Animus versus Vive Gracia. So that's what we're looking forward to for tomorrow. Let's talk about it a little bit as you give me your final thoughts on the day as well, Bobby. Which matches are you looking forward to, and what did you enjoy about today?
I think that Team Mobility versus Mont matchup is definitely going to be a banger. I think both of those teams could be legitimate contenders for stage 4 spots, so that's going to be a fun one. Obviously, the match to watch, no question, was the Animus versus 117. Those two teams did not disappoint. I think Animus is going to bounce back tomorrow. I would be absolutely shocked if we did not see them in stage 4. I think most of the European region would. I'm hoping that we see a big performance out of them.
Mommy, what about you?
I want to see Lethal play. I mean, that Lethal versus Sidium gameplay. I'm looking at a lot of the names in Lethal Esports, and I'm actually not familiar with them. I tried to look them up so hard, but they're new faces. And yes, they're the team that kind of bumped themselves up a little bit here in the lower bracket because the team that they were up against, you know, that's a different story now. So again, it's an easy day one for them because they didn't have any matches. But obviously tomorrow, Sidium doesn't want to be here. So that's definitely going to be a fight that will make them learn. And obviously this is a reason why they're here. They're talented, and out of all the hundreds of teams that have made it, they're here for a reason. So I'm excited for that matchup.
All right, well, that's pretty much all we have for today. We'll do one more reminder, chat, to make sure you guys are checking out all of our social media, because today was only day one of all of our action. We still have another day tomorrow, and then we have an entire summer of COD-M action that you're going to want to be staying on top of. So make sure you're following us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you're watching us on every single live streaming platform you can get your your hands on. I can't talk. We're at the end of the day already. And make sure you're also joining our Discord server to hang out with the community, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, to find some friends, talk all things COD-M, just spend some time with us hanging out. It's super cool, and you can do so all summer as we've got so much more action in store. But today is done, which means our first 4 spots in the challenge have been solidified. We still have day 2 all day tomorrow to figure out who the last 4 remaining teams that we'll be seeing competing throughout our challenge season are. So make sure you are back here, same time, to watch the rest of that action unfold. As always, a huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Monster Energy, for helping us make this entire thing possible. And of course, on behalf of myself, Bobby, Mommy, everybody behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.